Nyan? Is this the right time? Is half an hour to midnight the right time to say Nyan? Hi. Oh, it's not. It's okay. I don't know why it stopped responding to my voice. Can I respond? There it goes. Okay. Hi. Sorry, it's 2D style today. We have merely a 2D, but that's because it's gonna be real life stuff on a camera. So the camera gets a break from looking at my face. I'm gonna make that joke every single time. Thank you so much for the pancakes here. Thank you, Nikodaya, as well. So we're starting with unintentional ASMR mode right from the get-go because people are trying to sleep in the room behind me. And welcome in Nikodaya and Stewie and Astatin. I have to do a Nyan from Astatin. I saw that right now. Hold on. Nyan. It's a very quiet one, I'm sorry. It's like your message there where you said you can no like memory game. You could no memory. Tugged at my heartstrings. Now I have no choice but to name this game something other than memory game. Because it's true, Long Yook has no memory. Ah!
Cheese.
How dare you? So it's not appropriate to call it memory game. I knew Yuki had memory. I don't know, Stu. I'll find out. I'm gonna program the game to hopefully have memory, but whether I manage to get very far, I don't know.
Sees the cat joke plays. No signal found yet, still she sways. Each glitch and flicker fades at dawn. Taste Yuki is cute. Pass it on.
Pissed Yuki is cute. She likes it when I'm pissed, apparently. Nuge! Welcome! Hello. No signal found. I really hope a signal will be found. Although I'm not entirely sure the audio from this thing is working. That's a good point. And welcome, Yamano. How's it going? It's going okay, thank you. Yuki decided to respond to you at that point. It is time to Yuki. Hi, Topo! Welcome, welcome! And Clunk, thank you so much for the resub! Thank you. How's it been 26 months? I honestly don't know. I question these things every time. But since I never find the answer, oi! I'm gonna keep on questioning. Welcome in Buck. How do you spray me? Welcome in Astatin. I think I already said that. Welcome in Psych. I've definitely already said that. Hi Exia, Astatin, Exia, Liquid! Hi Lick. How are you doing? And Lane, hello! There we are. Okay, I've caught up. Fully caught up now. Hi! Welcome, welcome. What are you doing, QuakeCon? I feel like you would find some fascinating things there. It feels so weird. When I learned that QuakeCon is run by Bethesda, I was like, what the fuck? Why this infamous company instead of id Software? That's when I discovered that Bethesda bought id Software. Anyway. Acceptable here? So this is Lurk stream as bedtime. Acceptable here? Acceptable here? Oh, right, you're okay. I see. You're acceptable, I should say. I hope you managed to get some rest. I hope it's not super hot like it is for me. I have like a... Because I'm now...
Cheese. No.
Cheese.
No. Cheese. No.
Cheese. Cheese.
Just see the cheese running away.
Cheese.
Cheese.
Hi, Omni. How are you doing? They have no choice to run it. We would make it another con if they kill it. True. Oh, by the way, but speaking of this weird me being 2D. Oh, look at that. It's going through me. I made it, so I don't need to recompile to become 2D and 3D. I can just press a button and bam, I'm back to my 3D form. Look at that. Look at the amount of time saved. I can just switch with the press of a button. It's only been like massively overdue for a long time. Yeah, that's partially why I'm starting stream later. But now if I were wanting to start, you know, being 3D again at some time midstream, it's actually plausible. With a press of a button, she can T-pose with dominance. Yeah, this is like... this is why I'm not 3D right now. Because all I can do is stare into your soul. Wouldn't you rather be stared at by this? I don't know. Possibly not. Okay, so another reason that I've been late, oh, it's been a while since I've worked on this, by the way, is on stream. Is because I've been like doing a whole bunch of the stuff that I thought would be easy and it ended up taking a whole night. For example, last night I was getting random numbers working. And by random numbers, I don't mean pseudo-random numbers, I mean true random numbers. From the STM32, because it has a hardware true random number generator. And I'm not going to be using it for actually when I want random numbers in the game all the time. I'm just using it to seed the pseudo-random number generator at the beginning. Anyway, we'll get into that. You seem to have managed to just about cool your bedroom down to 25 degrees. Oh, tomorrow will be the true test, will it? Oh my goodness. Good luck. Right now, because I'm streaming at nighttime, I can just have my window open and a fan on, so I have that right now. So my makeshift noise gate on Ableton, which is just a multi-band compressor, is actually doing a really good job right now. We are just below dying on the heat scale as well. Oh, okay. Pant. But on the plus side, I think I've got the best view of the LCD possible. When I press this button, you'll see it. Where should I scroll to? Let's scroll to the bottom to avoid revealing too much. Boop. Ta-da! That's not too bad, is it? This view here, this one. So I'm just trying to correct the music volume a bit. Because I discovered an OBS plugin called, what was it called? Good job, Yook. Corner pin, which basically lets you move around each of the four corners to correct perspective and stuff. So now the fact that this camera is not directly above it doesn't matter. Hi Myriad, welcome! Also, I want to try changing to music by somebody else. Well, this is a little bit special because it's live generated music, like generative music ? In like just a small block of JavaScript, 1.77 kilobytes of JavaScript. Yeah. So we're gonna try that. In just a moment. Sorry, I'm a little bit all over the place at the moment. Or not anywhere, I guess. I have to make a dummy file, I just realized, because I haven't even done it yet. Yeah. You finally have the time plus energy? Hell yes! Wait, to do what? Hi, pragmatic programmer. Welcome. You know what? Let's just do this on stream. What does it do? Let's generate... I'm gonna generate a tone file. I'm not gonna generate silence because Fubar, the music player I'm using, is going to cut it short. So let's just make a stupidly low-pitched sine wave so that it doesn't really hear it. Like that. To be here? Oh, hi, Pragmatic. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for being here, then, I will say. Thank you for the pats as well. Who's patting me? It's Kitko. Hi, Kitko. Okay, let me just quickly save this. So this, I'm going to call this stochastic emit. I'm actually not sure how Fubar is gonna... Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I can just put the tags in the metadata editor. Artist name. Wait, this is a spoiler. Let me type it off screen. It's not really that much of a spoiler if you're in my Discord, because this person posted their music already. That should work, and we'll just export that to here. And slap that onto Fubar. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to be able to show the name on screen. And so for that, I'm gonna just do it like this, and we should show up now, right? Are we seeing it? We are! Nice! And now I just run the tiny HTML file, and we should have the music. Boop. Does it work? That's the question. Nice.
I got back a Crunch Wrap Supreme and a Nacho Cheese Doritos Locos Taco Supreme minus lettuce and tomato.
Did she say a single word correctly there? I don't know if she said a single word correct there. I think she said and, maybe?
Cheese.
Maybe? Why cheese? Welcome, welcome. Knacker. Hi, Sass. Welcome, welcome. Currently at 0 cheese points. Good. Long may it stay that way. But when I heard this music, I thought this is like perfect to have it in the background while I'm working on stuff at night. So gentle. We require a 2D cheese for 2D Yook. Why? The 3D cheese works pretty well, unless I like turn and disappear. Okay, so I've done a lot of work on this Pet Long Yook project. For those who don't know, super quick overview. I think this is probably the best video to show, right? Yeah. This is a potato quality video. I'm sorry. But this is just a slight, like a test for some drawing routines. But this little creature here, this little creature that's sliding along is this little creature. And there's also rain and there's also snow at the same time. That's not actually going to be the case. Also, she's not going to be sliding along with these wildly changing expressions all the time. This is all just a test for drawing routines. But yeah, so it's going to be like a little electronic pet kind of thing. I think Tamagotchi, but also I think, you know, better frame rate and, I don't know, more stuff, voice, dare I say cuter protagonist, question mark? I think I do. Yeah, this is going to be like hopefully a physical thing that hopefully I'll be able to sell. And it's all being powered by a microcontroller, which is this one, if anyone's interested. It's not the same one as I was using when I first started the project, so yeah, I can't remember if I made that link before I changed microcontroller, but whatever. It's different now and I've updated the link, so yeah. Which is like an ultra low power one. So currently, to do this, what you just saw in the video, is using roughly somewhere between 250 and 300 microamps. It's likely around 285, I think, if I remember right. This is including powering the LCD, as well as the microcontroller. And yes, microamps, not milliamps. And so yeah, so with those numbers, it should be able to last. Oh, I originally set out wanting to make this last a few weeks on batteries, but it should be able to last several months. possibly over 5 months. I'm not sure. So on the side of caution, say maybe 3. But anyway, which is super fun to me. Anyway, yeah, I've done a bunch of stuff off stream, and I've done so much that I had to make a list. I'm sorry, this might be a bit of a show and tell stream. I did a bunch of playing around with the Talkie library. The Talkie library is one that was not made by me originally, although it's quite heavily modified now. Where are we? And this is something that plays back LPC10 encoded speech. So LPC10 is basically a speech codec highly optimized for speech, at least. Invented by, I believe it was Texas Instruments. I'm actually not entirely sure, but it was in the toys of the 80s, like the Speak and Spell. I think that's the most famous one. And yeah, originally this library wouldn't do things like interpolating between frames, so it sounded a bit much worse than the original one, but I modified it to be able to do that. Anyway, so I modified the hottest part of the code, which is this, and it didn't originally look like this, and all I did was, this is originally 2 blocks of code. It used to be all of the lines with the VS are done first, and then all the lines with XS are done, and it was 2 paragraphs, and all I did was interlace them so that we have a VS and then an XS and then a VS and an XS. And the reason I did it that way is because the XS line relies on the thing that was set above. Something like that. Let me see. VS7 relies on VSA and XS. Wait, where are we? Oh, there we are. Move out of the way. Yeah, so this line is using VS8, which is set in the line above. Anyway, and the speed up was ridiculous. This section of code took about... Hang on, let me turn off the LCD because it's a little bit distracting. Don't worry, I'll be back later. It was about 61.5 microseconds before, and then it's about 33 afterwards, which is ridiculous. Basically, I just put these lines as early as possible to these ones. This is the kind of thing that I thought 03 optimization on a C compiler would just do, but apparently not. Don't trust what you expect a compiler to do, and just actually benchmark it and see what's actually faster. So yeah, I'm very happy about that. So I sped that up a bunch. This is the code for generating 1 sample of audio, by the way. And it runs at like 8 kilohertz, so this executes a lot. And thank you so much, Pragmatic! I love the reverse Uno card on your head. Must counter a lot of things. I know, Tendo. Yeah, that was drawn by a friend. She drew 4 versions. 1 for herself, 1 for me, and 1 for, or 2 for 2 other people. This is when we were going to do an Uno collab. And then we did the Uno collab. And it was kind of fun. I've also made it so that as the speech is decoded here, the raw values that I read from the bitstream of encoded audio are made public, and then I made it draw those onto the LCD with like bar graphs, so you get to see the kind of visualization of the audio that's not going to be used in the end, but the fact that the parameters are public means I can do things like lip sync. I could look at what the current volume is and the current pitch of the voice, and I could tie those into like mouth openedness and stuff like that. So I might do that for when she's speaking. We could actually get like appropriate animation without me needing to hand animate everything. So that's kind of cool, and I have a video of that in case anyone is interested. Photos. Which one was it? Yes, the photos folder has the videos and also just audio. But anyway, so here she is. saying this the same piece of like dummy voice code that's been in here for a long time. But anyway. So the top one? Hang on. There's a glitch at the end there. So the top two here, E/P. So the top one is energy, also known as volume. The P is periods, so basically pitch as it stretches leftwards. Holy crap! Hi! Welcome! Hi, Spherifloria. Oh my goodness me. That's a big rain. How are you doing? Welcome, Penguin, as well. Hello, hi. Spherifloria. Did I type it correctly? Please. Yes, I did. Oh god, I can't pause the music though because it's being made in real time. Generating messed up barcodes today. I'm actually interested in barcodes. That's a particular nerdy thing. I need to stop the music. Oh god. I may have to check that VOD. What kind of barcodes was it? Were they? Was it a 2D barcode for a start? Welcome in, everybody. How are you all doing? I'm speaking quietly because for neural network training. Oh my goodness! Wait, what? To scan them for me. Wait, you're trying to? Oh my god! You're trying to train a neural network to decode a 2D barcode? Holy crap! Good luck. But hi, I'm speaking really quietly because of that. The time over there. It's nearly midnight and people are trying to sleep in the room behind me. Sorry. Hi, RPC 2. Welcome 2.0. Hi. To answer your question, what I'm working on is I'm currently kind of doing a bit of recap of some of the stuff I've done for this pet Long Yook project, which is like a little electronic pet, like this. Doesn't really exist yet, but I'm working on making it a reality. There's all kinds of stuff being drawn here as like a test for the different drawing routines. I guess a bit of a stress test. It wouldn't look like that eventually. Good luck with that though, Spherifloria. That sounds very interesting. So yeah, this is like a real life thing that I hope to make into a thing to be able to sell as extremely unique merch one day. Although I think due to the licensing of the Talkie library, I'll have to make it open source anyway, but you know. So, yeah. And today I was hoping that I could combine all the stuff that I've made so far to finally make a minigame on it. There are going to be a bunch of minigames. And I was going to do like a Simon Says style one. You're building the software and the hardware? Yes! Yep. Right now it looks... These photos are out of date. Yeah, these photos are a bit out of date. Ah, wait, this one will show it a bit. What the fuck is this? I was not watching Spherifloria? You were, and then they very generously rated. Welcome. Quatbs. So, now there's like, I've made a little breakout board for where there are buttons. This is just for like testing the buttons. And are we gonna see the breadboard as I move the camera over here? Yeah, a little bit. There's a big breadboard over here as well. There's this little breakout board which has the tiny little package of the microcontroller in the middle, broken out into easier to access pins. And there's the LCD. And this is another thing that I made. I made like a little input system so that when you press these buttons... Nobody can hear that. I'm going to turn the video volume up slightly. Just because it's actually relevant, the click sounds. So the left column of blocks is like a live view of what buttons are being pressed. Oh my goodness, look at the ghosting. The second column of blocks is how do I explain this? the value it's showing is a value that becomes 1 the very first time the button you've checked since the button has been pressed, and then is 0 afterwards. So you can poll this value here to make something happen only once when the button is first pressed. So it avoids like re-triggering over and over basically. And the one on the right is kind of the opposite. This one only turns on when you've been holding the button for a while. So it looks back at the history of the last 5 updates, I think, and if they were all pressed, then that one becomes true. So you can use this to like automatically make a menu scroll, for example, if a button's been being held down for a long time. So kind of proud of that. I'm really proud of how I was able to do this efficiently. The way it checks if it's been pressed all the time is it just ANDs a bunch of values together. Basically with 5 AND operations, it works out the history for all buttons. Anyway, never done any beta stuff. So you have like microchip, micro motherboard, where the software goes, like you need storage, etc. The microcontroller has 64 kilobytes of storage on it in the form of flash memory. And so all of the code and any data you need, like sprites and stuff, which you just, make in the form of constant byte arrays, like these, get stored in that flash memory. Welcome in Tickle, hi, welcome in Videofan as well. Yeah, I'm so glad that there is a breakout board for that. The package site, if you're interested, I just linked it just before the raid, I think. This is the one, so it's quite small. LQ, I think it's called, was it LQFP? LQFP, I think, 64. Oh wait, I've already some close-up pictures. Oh, that was the old one I was using. There we are. And yeah, it has a little ARM CPU on it. ARM Cortex M0 Plus. Able to have binary less than 64K? Yeah, currently it's a little bit irrelevant because I'm just testing a small thing at the moment. Right now it's 5 kilobytes. And it's got 8 kilobytes of RAM as well. Currently I'm staying well below that, which is nice. So in some mini games I could do some fancy stuff in RAM basically. Still got a load of space basically is what I'm trying to say. If you work in food service and add extra lettuce to food when it's specifically asked to remove it, you deserve less than minimum wage. Pat sass. So no fancy external libs, you have to write almost everything yourself. Yeah, the libraries, I am using something called CM3. CM3 is a library or set of libraries, I don't know what to call it exactly, that they basically define all of the registers, so the names of all the registers with the addresses. So here's, for example, this is the datasheet for the or the programming reference manual for the for this microcontroller. And if we scroll down a bunch, you'll get to things like this, which is a list of the registers. So for example, here's a register called this, RNGSR, which stands for Random Number Generator Status Register. And then it shows you like each bit, like what it means. So for example, SEIS means seed error, interrupt status, blah blah blah. This is all specific to this number, random number generator. I'm not even using these. I'm basically just looking at this one. Data ready. If it's 1, I can read some data. If it's 0, I gotta wait. And so CM3 defines all these things, except... Oh no, it did. When I started doing stuff with the random number generator, I thought it didn't include these definitions. Then I realized I just wasn't including the random number generator header file. Like an idiot, there are some things it doesn't define though. Like the things for the DAC, the digital to analog converter. But like, the datasheet explicitly shows what the address is, so you can just manually define them yourself, which is what I did. And the other thing that CM3 does is it does define a bunch of handy functions, but nothing too crazy. The functions are usually things to like, well, for example, there is one to turn the clock to a peripheral on and off. Basically, there's a whole load of peripherals inside this microcontroller. Things like dedicated hardware, like timers, things for outputting SPI data, a random number generator, as you can see. What else is there? It's all kind of stuff. Digital analog converter. It's like analog inputs. There's capacitive touch stuff as well, which I do want to try out sometime, but not tonight. And so there are like handy functions to turn those on and off, but you could still do that manually just by basically flipping a bit and then waiting for a status bit to say, okay, it's on now. So yeah, but it's pretty low level. Triangle? Yeah, it is. It's really cool. I want to get to that in a minute. But yeah, lib open CM3. That's it. CM3. Lib open CM3. Sorry. I have the ARM microbit Davia at Mega 2560. I like the 2560 on the Arduino Mega. That's actually being used right now to upload to the STM32. I needed an Arduino Mega because I wanted to more than one serial port. One serial port communicates with the STM32. And another one communicates with the computer. And the Arduino just sits between this, basically, or the uploader that this invokes, and the STM32. Right now I'm only using the Arduino for uploading to the STM32, and also I'm using its 3.3 volt regulator. Obviously, eventually, the final project will have its own regulator. You won't need to piggyback off an Arduino. Hi Akun, welcome. Just learning about low-level stuff using GCC and Linux. Hell yeah! Less to the Linux just because Linux is scary to me and I don't know about it. But this is also using GCC and also hell yeah the low-level stuff. It's fun. It's super fun. So that's the input system I showed. I also modified the Talkie library, the one that decodes the speech. I implemented queuing. So you can basically queue up a bunch of sounds that should seamlessly be strung together one after the other. And you can also specify that each sound should have a pre-delay before it begins. So with this, I can like string together sentences from individual words. I don't have individual words like stored yet, but I tested it just with one tiny sound. And I could queue up different pitched versions of the same sound. Yes, pitch offsets is the other thing. I can demonstrate this. Wait, hang on, I just realized I never actually made a video of that. I think yeah, no, I only showed that live on my Discord actually. I didn't... I have to show that. You also have to build vtuber and voice filer for streaming. I see, good luck. Start to make a menu system. In order to get the true random number generator working, I had to implement debugging on the LCD as well, like just showing messages on the LCD. Which is what you see right here. By the way, the blob on the right hand side is like just a blob on the actual LCD. Like dirt that's somehow under the top of it, so... yeah. Anyway, I think it's about time I show something. Oh, I should also mention, the true random number generator I'm using, I'm only using it to seed a pseudo-random number generator. Because the true random number generator, like every peripheral on this thing, uses power. And I wanted to keep this as low power as possible. And also, it's just a bit of a pain to use. You have to wait for, you know, it to say, okay, number's ready, you can take it now. And then it takes a tiny amount of time to make the next one. But like, I could just avoid any of that by just using it as a seed for this. I don't need like cryptographically secure random numbers. I just need a bit of randomness. Thank you for the posture check and hydration, Stu. I never even did your first ones. Oh my god, okay, I'm gonna do it twice. It's time for Nyan juice. Oh, did you hear that compressor? And another one. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Ow. I flipped my lid. And posture check. Yeah. I guess I'm gonna do a second one as well. What if someone can reverse engineer and predict your game of remembering? Then they've truly won at the game. Holy crap. Oh yeah, and I also saved the kidneys before I began, so I don't need to at the moment. I will refund you, Stu, but thank you for that. Save the kidneys, reject. What kind of Nyan juice are you having today? This one is low-calorie Indian tonic water. Also just water. Alright, so let's do the thing where I run this function instead. And then this one we'll call this, and yeah, okay. So this is gonna show, it's gonna be drawing the voice parameters, and it's also gonna queue up 4 sounds, each with a different pitch. A period, sorry, right, this is a different period. So this will be lower pitch because it's adding, right? And then that'll be a bit higher and a bit higher and a bit higher. And with a 20 frame delay between each sound. And the voice is 40 frames a second, so half a second gap. Right? I think that's right. I think it's 40 FPS. What tone does this water have? Let's find out. That one. I probably just woke everyone up. Digging into the kernel. Oh my goodness me, good luck. What were you? Wait, what do you mean rejected, Stu? Oh, right, refunded, yeah. Flutter's sound module has a funny name. Flutter so loud. Oh my goodness. Don't know why I can read that. Anyway, let's hit the compile button and see if this works, and it should, but the thing I'm not sure about is whether you'll be able to hear it correctly. We'll find out right about now. You won't be able to hear it at first, you should be able to see it. Okay, and if I do this... Oh, it looks like it's gonna work. It might be loud. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. This one, sorry. Sorry. It's not perfect. There's like a glitch at the beginning of every sound. Basically, it sounds like the pitch is interpolating up from like a really low value. If you like listen to the very beginning of every sound, there's like a low buzzing sound before the sound becomes the correct pitch. So that's the thing I'm gonna need to fix. But it is queuing, and it is changing pitch, and there is a delay between them, so that's kind of nice. You hate the building system. Good luck. Actually, I haven't tried this before. I want to remove the delays and see if it smoothly interpolates from the previous sound, or if the pitch still drops to 0. I think the pitch will still drop to 0. The problem's somewhere else. The problem's not in the waiting part. But out of curiosity, I just want to hear how it sounds. And I haven't heard it before. Uploading. Oh, wait, it's not muted. I mean, it is muted. Okay, that was kind of predictable. Anyway, yeah, so that's another thing. I know it sounds like it's a bit out of tune, but the funny thing is I wasn't even trying to make it in tune. I literally just entered 15, 10, 5, and 0. It almost was in tune. So my idea is I'd like to make a memory game thingy, like Simon says, and you can just press, basically it'll make a random number, 1, 2, 3, or 4, or I guess 0, 1, 2, or 3. And, yeah, each number will be associated with a particular pitch and also a particular position on the screen. And you've got to press that one, and if you get it right, then it makes another one, and so the queue is now length 2, and it repeats the whole queue, and then you've got to enter the whole queue. You probably know the game, but I thought now, with all the stuff that I've implemented, it might not be too hard to make that. Pad Hacken. Yeah, no, don't worry. That was not on stream. I didn't share that on stream. I'm just going through everything that I've done, so that I haven't shared on stream yet. That was on Discord, though. I did share that on Discord. The visualizer. Time to shelf promo. Shameless self promo? Is that the one? Yeah. There you go. There's a Discord server if you're interested. There's also a YouTube channel where I almost caught up with uploading my past VODs and then kinda stopped uploading, and now I'm falling behind again, and I should go back to uploading before I run out of hard drive space. There's also weird merch. I can't stand the orb ads. Orb ads? Orb ads? What? Hi Danny 5 or Fifi, welcome. Mr. Robot. Does she sound like a robot? I guess she does a little bit. Hi Night Tryhard as well. How is the project going? It's not too bad, thank you. Is that everything? By the way, did I catch up on everything? This one. There's not really much to show there. This one. Yeah, I guess I've shown everything. Okay, I'm gonna select all this and press delete. Get the hell out of there. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm having to be really quiet, Danny, because it's 14 minutes past midnight here. But
Juustoa.
I'll try to Nyan. Nyan.
Formaggio.
There you are. Sorry, I'm muted while doing that. For maximum immersion. Hi, Blixinka. Why are you throwing cheese at me? Welcome there. Hi. Okay. So, I think what I might do to begin with, I'll just draw like 4. Is it C++? Technically yes, but I'm mostly just using it the C parts of the language. I'm not using like templates. And I think I actually am using one class, but that's just because that's what Talkie originally was. There's no need for Talkie to be a class because you can only use one instance of it in the project anyway, because yeah, there's one DAC output. Thank you for the pants though, Aspect Unk. Alright. Let's do the thing. Oh, hang on, let me just show off the Long Yook sliding across thingy. Where the fuck am I? Oh, here. So, let's stop it from nyanning. Oh, actually, we could make it nyan. You know, let's make it keep doing the nyan thing. Because that way, this will prove that it can do all this stuff at the same time. Instead of drawing the voice params, we'll draw just snow, no rain, and the Long Yook sliding across. And this should just work. As long as I'm still calling the correct function. I am. So basically there's this loop now. This pet Long Yook loop. that does everything. And if you want to draw snow, you just call this one function, and then you inside the function. I'm just going to show the rain rather than snow, because snow is a disgusting mess and rain is fractionally less disgusting. Oh, it's not commented as well though. Right, never mind. I'm going to show the snow one because it's actually commented slightly. Anyway, essentially there's some static variables that take care of the state. Wait, is that what they mean by static? It has a state? Oh my god, I never realized. It's like static. Maybe. Anyway, so next time you call it, like it'll draw the next frame. And same as Long Yook sliding, there's like a little state machine in here. Depending on which state it's on, it'll do things. And keep track of the state that it's on, the number of pixels slid so far, length of the tail and the position and stuff. And the tail state. So the really nice thing is that when you want to draw Long Yook sliding, you just call this function once and it'll just do what it needs to do and nothing more, and you don't need to prepare this. Yeah. Anyway, let me upload. I've been really trying to sort of make it more modular like that. So it uploads. Right, I removed the bit which makes it wait for the length of a frame, so it's drawing as quickly as it possibly can. Holy crap, she is zooming. Okay, let's limit it. Oh my god, you couldn't even see the snow. Okay, there you go. That's what it's supposed to look like. And if I unmute it, it should still be doing that. Nice. What? It's nearly in sync with her sliding. What the hell? It's not exactly. Occasionally it lines up and it's kind of funny. Anyway. I think our Nyan sound doesn't sound that good either. No shit, Sherlock, you may say. Anyway, there you go. And I might have changed the rain as well since the video I showed. Do you see the snowflakes, by the way? They invert the color of whatever is behind them. So you can still see the snowflake over the top of her dark hair. The snowflake shows up white then. It just XORs. I was kind of happy with how that looked. The rain does the same. How big was the snow? Doing the snow test was 7248. Oh, mind you, it was speaking as well. And there's the rain. It looks slightly better off camera with real eyes, but yeah. So yeah, I plan for that to be a weather system. Oh yeah, also snowflakes fall on top of her, but the rain goes behind, and there's proper transparency. You can see her tail. You can see the tail overdraws with whiteness, so it looks in front of the rain. Stuff like that is stuff that I've been doing. And I'm not anymore. Let's do something else. Let's make it so that we can call one function here to do the memory game. I guess, do I want to do that? No, actually I want to make the memory game its own completely self-contained thing, and that's because I want the mini-games to not be using memory when they don't need to be. Because some mini-games might use a lot of RAM, and I don't want all of that stuff to be static in all those functions, otherwise they'll permanently be in RAM even when it's not using the minigame. So when there's a minigame happening, it won't be called via this loop. This will just be for like drawing the world and stuff that she's in. And then when it goes to a minigame, we'll just call something else. Yep. Love going ultra ambitious. What do you mean, me? Or is this in response to someone else? Yeah, I'm trying to. This sounds way better than I remember. There's no more slowdown. Oh wow, you must have been there a while ago, yeah. And this function is doing so much heavy lifting. This function is either sleeping. Should I go into this? I guess I will. There's a few magic numbers scattered around the place, but they're there for reasons. I should define them. Basically, if the voice is not speaking, it simply waits. It goes into like low power sleep for a while. But if the voice is speaking, then we don't want to put the CPU to sleep, otherwise the voice will stop speaking. So what we do is we look at the current frame of voice speech. This is just something that increments by 1 for every voice frame, 40 times a second. We wait for it to increment 3 times. And then we class that as the delay of 1 frame. However, we do also make sure that 3 frames really passed, because if the voice stopped speaking, and that's the reason that we, broke out of the loop, then maybe we only waited for like 2 frames worth of time. So I just noticed this looks like a face. So then we go into stop mode, like a really low power sleep mode for the remaining frames. Anyway, yeah. And those numbers are chosen because the voice has to be at 40 FPS, and I wanted an update rate that was fast but not too fast, not too slow. Anyway, let's try and make the memory game, shall we? I keep talking about it. So this would be this. We would just run mode memory game. Actually, no, let's make a thing called test memory game. Test memory game will do some initializing of stuff, like the LCD. I guess sound. Do I need to do? I can't even remember. Anyway, so we have a thing called test memory game, which does this, but also does LCD initialization. We also need to initialize the buttons. Oh, I haven't moved this into its own function yet. I should probably put this inside the input class now, actually. It's not a class, it's a module, whatever, I don't know how you call it. H file. Oh wait, it wouldn't be in the H file. It would be in the CPP file. Last time I was here was the end of the Half-Life 2, I think, and like a week before that, for Long Yookage. I see. Sleep well, Penguin! Thank you for stopping by. Okay, let's put this into the input thingy. Yeah, we should have... Oh wait, I did make it an init thing. Okay, never mind, I can just call that. I just forgot to replace this, I guess, with input init. Init bruv. Okay, there we are. That was quick. Thank you, Past Yook. Okay, so we're gonna initialize that. We're also gonna do LCD init. I have to provide some parameters for like contrast and stuff. So this will allow us to draw things, this will allow us to detect button presses. We also want sound, but I don't think we need to initialize anything for that. I made the talkie library take care of setting up everything at the moment that you tell it to talk, because it has to do that anyway. You only want the timers and the DAC running when it's speaking to save power, so yeah, that's what I did. Anyway, okay, let's see. So we have this array of answers. I couldn't quite think of a good name to call them, so that's what it is. So this is like each button that should be pressed. Wait, the taco backward too fast, and now your tummy is sending me I'm full, go to sleep signal. Wait, why can't you eat this? Wait, that's a bit ironic that I, out of all people, I'm asking that. Hi, Jokeber! Hi! I'm waving. Joke database offline. No day today. That's okay, your jokes are so good that I can keep living off your last ones in the meantime. Okay, so here we have a little state machine. I'm not sure, am I meant to be doing it this way? I mean, do I need to be doing it this way? I don't think I need to be doing it this way, but that's the way I'm doing it currently. So we start with add answer. This is where we choose a new thingy. We're not doing it this way anymore. I've made a different random thing. Oh, right, we need to initialize the random as well. Why did I call it input init instead of... Wait. Wait, what is the difference between init buttons and init pins? What? What have I... What? Yook. Oh, okay. I clearly planned to do things that I never did. Which is fine, because I ended up making it into a class. Okay, so... I'm just a bit disturbed by me putting init at the beginning of things for some things, and at the end of the word for other things. Init pins, init random, init stop, init sysclock, but in this we have LCD init, input init. The reason is because these are classes, and every function in the LCD class begins with LCD. Every function in the input class begins with input, but it's a little inconsistent. I don't like it. I don't like it. Anyways, the hardest thing in programming is thinking of what to call something. This is the mess that went into debugging and enabling the true random number generator. The true random number generator requires a high-speed clock. There is a high-speed internal 48 MHz clock. And this requires another thing to be initialized. So it's this chain of events and actually doing it correctly as well. Took me a while. And required a logging system. This here is just how GCC's random function already works. I encountered some fun linker warnings when importing the C standard library. I think it was stdlib that rand is part of. So I just put it in here. That was another thing that took a bunch of time. Starts with init equals starting something, ends with init because British. True, British. Why is that gonna... Cute. Just the stuttering, not the British one. So init random... See, this is in its own class now, so by my logic, this should be called random init, not init random. If I'm gonna be inconsistent, I should at least be consistently inconsistent. Wait, I should do it this way. Random init, sure. Also, it sounds like it's just gonna initialize a random thing, but whatever. Anyway, boop. That should be everything we need, right? We need random numbers, we need the LCD, we need buttons, and we will need sound, but we don't need to initialize that. Okay, nice. So first thing we do, when we're going to add a new answer to the list, or array, we add one to the max used count, and then we just start at -1, and then in that position, which is now 0, we store a random number. But we want a random number ranging from 0 to 3, so I can just end this with 3. Choose new random number from 0 to 3. Not between, but inclusive. And after we've done that, we want to move on to the next state where we do the call, where it just repeats it. Well, rather where it reads everything out. So let's move to the next state. The call state will involve the call state will involve starting playing a sound and waiting until the sound is finished, and if the sound has finished, we can move on to the next sound, and if we've just spoken the last sound, then we can move on to the response stage where we're waiting for responses. Yes, let's do that. So just before we increment the game state, we want to prepare this. Yeah, we'll do it this way. So I'm gonna try and add comments for every one of these lines just to try and make things a bit easier to see. So from now on, the one more slot in answers is used. And this is store new random number from 0 to 3 in last used index. And prepare to read, I guess I should call it, or call the... I don't like the fact that it's called answers, but naming things is so difficult. I don't know what to call it. Pattern, maybe? But then what would you call a single thing inside the pattern? An item? I don't even know. Is the memory going to be sound-based? Like, remember the pitch? Oh, no microphone yet? Oh, I get to show you more things that I forgot to show you. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure I showed this on stream before. Yeah, no, never mind, I showed this on stream before. But I got some op amps that are rail to rail, and I made a little circuit to amplify using the speaker as a microphone. One letter variable names? Absolutely not. Oh, I also discovered why the so I need to close a whole load of this crap. Get out of here. Wait, what? Okay, don't close that one, I'm working on it. I also discovered why the Talkie library originally did what I'm now doing as well, where we output to the DAC. This is the DAC data like holding register. You write to this and it'll output this value ranging from 0 to 255 in this case. It can be 12-bit, but I'm using an 8-bit mode. Anyway, rather than going through this entire thing, calculating the next waveform position and outputting it at the very end, what it did, and what it now does again, because I realized why it did that, is it makes a note of what the next position is, and then the next time it's due to make a sample, it outputs the previous one. Why the hell would you do that? And the reason is because all of this calculation of the next waveform sample is not a consistent length. It takes a variable amount of time. And if we were to output a new value now, at the end of the function, the timing would be inconsistent and a small amount of noise would be added. Thank you, Past Yook, for writing that. I couldn't have put it better myself. Instead, we store the value to be output at the very beginning of the next function call, because the beginning of the function call will be consistently timed, because it's firing from a timer. This is an interrupt service routine. So this is happening at 8 kilohertz. So the sample rate of the audio is 8 kilohertz. And it actually makes an audible difference. And I recorded 2 versions. Here's the version. Let me just stop the music for a sec. Ah! Bye. Just. Dara! Hi!
Yes.
Hi there, Fold. Past Yook seems like a really cool person. She's so much cooler than me, I swear. You can only see the shadow of the cheese. I can see it hovering in front of me. What if I go to this mode again? Okay, never mind. Can't eat PNG. No, it does weird things. The door is okay. I could eat different pieces of cheese and says nom each time a piece is eaten. That's pretty cute. That's a pretty cute idea. Let me add that as a note. I'm not going to do that tonight because I don't have a cheese sprite ready to go yet. But I'm going to make a note in the text file, wherever that is. Here. Memory game. Could eat different piece of cheese and say nom each time. Thank you for that idea, Hakan. Thanks for the hydration as well, Dara. doesn't let me do that. Let me unmute the music as well because it's more awkward. Otherwise, in silence. Ouch. And posture check. There we go. Is my mic on silent mode? But what do you mean? It's hearing me. Oh yeah, I am in quiet mode because it's nearly 1 AM here and I gotta be quiet. Can you hear static? Yeah, that's my fan. Let me turn off all noise removal and noise gating and it'll sound much worse. Listen to this. There's a fan running. Actually, there are 3 fans running. I thought it was doing a pretty good job of keeping it under control. Airport. Oh, goat cheese, Stilton, etc. I cannot represent all these different cheeses in such a tiny resolution. 28 at 1 AM is horrible. Yeah. Oh, right. So it could be 1 Long Yook. Right, that's what you mean. Could be 1 Long Yook eating 1 of 4 different cheeses and saying nom each time. Okay. So yeah, just to show you what it sounds like, the difference. The difference is subtle, but it is noticeable. I hereby declare it. Stop the music for a sec. So this is how it was sounding when it was happening at the end before. So it's a bit noisy, and there's also a little bit of a harsh, lower frequency. It almost sounds like a growl when you hear it like this. Like, do you hear that? The reason for that is that the interpolation process between the frames happens every few samples. So when it happens, it takes a bit longer, and when it doesn't happen, it takes less time. And so like every 8th sample or something, there's a bit longer. So this is when it's happening at the end. Versus when it's happening at the beginning. You hear there's no like harsh growl sound there.
Cues.
Yes. So versus anyway, and the whole thing just sounds cleaner. The voice crack at the end. It's wrongly detected the pitch and it sounds like the voice cracks. But I did like some aspect of the noisiness. Just because she is meant to be breathy. So I guess that's how the voice is for the article in Yook reading. And so I modified it to explicitly add some noise to it. Not like in like an uncontrollable way at the end, but in the same way as it generates like S sounds. Like that. So now the sound gets added very, very quietly all of the time and filtered. So it's not just like noise on top. It gets filtered as everything else does into the vowel sounds. So yeah. So now what you actually get is something that I hadn't recorded. But it sounds nice. I don't know why I didn't record it. Also, it sounded like this at one point when I was trying to make it draw these. Oh, this is a recording of it with noise. Never mind. I think. Versus. verses. Nail 2. Yeah, this is one that has some noise added, I think. So when I was trying to make this, draw the parameters like this, I oh god, sorry, it's on top of the other one. I accidentally did something wrong, and the code that was supposed to draw to the LCD was like drawing into the memory way off the LCD sometimes, and it was corrupting the variables that were used for speech in a way that didn't make it crash. It just made some interesting glitches. And it sounded like this. And it was kind of amazing that it wasn't actually crashing when things were getting corrupted that much. But anyway, there you go. This song, by the way, Dara, this song is actually being made in real time by a small amount of JavaScript, which looks like this. Somebody on my server, Ibran, I assume is the correct way to pronounce the name, decided to try to golf some code to make ambient music. And that's what we're hearing right now. I think it sounds really nice. This is like a bunch of... Well, there's a version that they made which has comments and which isn't golfed, but it's using different parameters, so it sounds a bit different, and I can't work out which parameters have changed because of how goddamn golfed this is. There's more of an explanation here. There you go. There's things. Regularly grab the volume control setting. Build the delay with feedback. Simple sine voice with 2-stage envelope and pan. Blah blah blah. Stack some panning sine harmonics to make a swirly bowed string. Mildly random pings. So the mildly random pings is the thing that I can't quite work out how to make the same as the other one. I've tried, but it's still not quite there. Anyway, can you hide like Discord ping in that song so it plays randomly in like 1 hour? That would be very funny. I don't know what strudel is though. Sorry, Prague. This one that is playing? Yes, isn't that ridiculous? Isn't that ridiculous? It's this. Stochastic ambient.html. Page source. It's this. How ridiculous is that? It's this. Kind of amazing. And that is, they pasted that in, I think, either Media Share or the Creative and Dev channel on, it never ends. It's like constantly sort of changing. If you search for messages by Ebron, they're in my Discord server, you'll see it. I don't think they post much, so it should be easy to find. I did ask for permission before I used it though. Holy! Thank you very much for the resub, LG. How are you doing? Look at that Long Yook sliding through. Hi. 20 months already. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much though. It's long. It is long. It's a long time. Anyway, there we go. But I just remembered a bit about the voice adding noise explicitly rather than having it be like a sort of croaky, growly noise, which I can't do well without waking people up at nearly 1 AM. I wonder if that's how artist by name Toyota Corolla has 56 hours song. Maybe they were using something like similar ideas. Possibly, I wonder if it was with like modular synthesizers. Either Like physical ones, hardware or software. Elk, mistyped elk, moose in Norwegian. Oh! That's funny. Okay, so prepare to call the answers. Starting with the first one. Next time around, call the answers. So, let's do it. If the voice is not speaking, so if not, the voice is speaking, then, wait, what do we want to do? If the voice is not speaking, then we want to do something. If it is speaking, we do nothing, right? So we could actually just say if the voice that is speaking break, but actually, yeah, that's not bad. We can do that. Otherwise, we need to see if we are at the end of all of the answers. If we've read the last one already, you know? If we're not, speak it. If we are, don't speak it. Okay, so all the sounds, all the voices are going to be the same sound though, but they're going to be different pitches. And I guess what I could do for now is the answer index, or the value is going to be 0, 1, 2, or 3. Could probably add that as a comment up here actually. Which row are we on? Must make it identically indented. Otherwise it won't compile. Haha, 69. It is. That was unintentional, but also kind of nice. Holds buttons to be pressed. So 0, 2, 3. So this is like a sequence of buttons to be pressed. Values of 0 to 3. Not the best way to comment, but you know, it'll do. Sleeper Hacken! Good luck with the chiropractor, oh my goodness. Have a good stream. Thank you, Dara. Have a nice rest. Don't crash in a bad way. Gotta be famous for 3-letter names. Does it really not allow them? Does it, or is it just that everyone's already taken them? Like, is it against the rules or something? Anyway, yeah, so we could do something like I just multiply the index by 5, and that's the pitch offset I use. For now, we could do that. I could make some actually properly in tune ones later. Actually, screw it, I could do it now, but I'd have to experiment and see what the right pitches are. Since 0, 5, 10, and 15 are close to being in tune, let's start with that, I guess. Let's make a little array of pitches. Which are signed, because they can be a negative. Or periods, not pitches, these are periods. They can be negative to decrease the period and make it higher pitched, and it can be positive to increase the period and make it lower pitched. So I'm gonna call these button periods, I guess. Just sounds a bit weird, but okay. Actually, I'm gonna call it button to period, because I'm also gonna need a thing that converts from button to. No, I'm not. I need a function that goes from in the other direction, from input to... Wait, what am I gonna want? I'm not sure. I'm not sure which way around it is. Anyway, it's gonna be of type input button. I think it's gonna be... Oh, fuck. I'm using the same number. See, I can't say button. I can't call it buttons because buttons are actually inputs. So what do I name this? What are in here? Answer to period, I guess? Sure, answer to period. What a weird name. Answer to button as well. And there are 4 of these. Is it alright to hard code them? Guess I could just define them. Let's say num answer vowels, I guess. Man, I swear naming stuff is unironically one of the hardest things in programming. Unironically. Unironically. Bloop, bloop. Whoa!
Crossing a whole year.
Sheesh. Thank you so much, Mitsuka. Welcome, welcome. Congrats on the year, which will technically only be a year and a month, but that's just not... Yay! Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. And answer Max. Oh yeah. How are you doing, Mitsuka? It's nice hanging out with you earlier. It's always nice hanging out. What is it complaining about? Const variable requires an initializer. Oh yeah. What the fuck am I doing? So let's do it 0. Actually, say 15, 10, 5, and 0. So these are the different periods of the voice. And these are the different buttons that should be pressed for each answer. We would have left, down, up, and right. Sure. Maybe left, maybe down, maybe up, maybe right. If you're wondering about the order that I'm choosing there, that's the order that they appear in DDR, so that's why I'm doing it that way. I'm used to I'm used to seeing the arrows in Stepmania going left, down, up, right. I'm spending enough time making sure the name of everything makes sense. It's the most common mistake programmers make. I mean, I'm trying my best. Period, inverse of pinch for each possible answer. Button that should be pressed for each pos answer. Look, they lined up again. Okay. Also, hi Teflon. Did I say hi Teflon? Say hi. I'm waving over the top of her. Alright, so we want to keep going until the current answer exceeds the max used, and then we finished calling. Also, between each thing that we call, we should probably have a small break. I think, well, the way I implemented queuing is, you can specify a period offset to change the pitch. And you can specify a delay, and the delay comes before the speech. And in our case, this is actually good because it means there'll be a small gap before the first one that's read. Although you should probably add a longer gap at some point. Okay, so let's do it. So if the current answer index is less than or equal to... Oh, hold on, how am I gonna do this? Oh, I know how. Okay, so if it's less than or equal to max used... hold on. This is the maximum index. So it starts at 0. So if 0 is less than or equal to 0, which will be how it is at first. I wonder if this would be easier to do with a count rather than max index. I used to always go by indices, but recently I've been using index and number or count or length. And so right now I don't know what it is, why I decided, but I decided to make it an index instead for the maximum rather than a length. So the difference is off by 1. And I'm just realizing now that I think my brain is kind of adjusted to thinking in terms of lengths, and it's hard to go back to doing it this way for some reason. So I'm going to say maximum possible is 31. So we could just say the length of answers is 32 instead, and my brain might be happier. Did I mention that I figured out the motherboard trim I need for my DVD II? What is motherboard trim? Is this related to the portable DVD player I'm trying to make? So the index of the current? Yeah, index of the answer that we're currently on. Either we're reading it or waiting for it. And max used. I guess we want the number of answers, but then length of answers and number of answers is. I see why I did it. Okay, never mind. I think I see why I did it. Max used still makes sense though. I think I'll go back to doing it this way. Let's keep it all this way. Once again, past Duke had a reason for doing it how she did it, and I doubted her. So if we haven't gone past the end yet, it's time to speak it. Voice dot. Are we gonna queue everything? We're not gonna queue everything. We can just do it one at a time. Okay, I can do it this way. So it's gonna read. Wait, sorry. Speech nyan sound with answer to period of the current answer. I think I might just grab what the current answer is. I wonder if we could do this in a more fancy way. We could do this in a more fancy way. I'm gonna do this in a more fancy way. With pointers. You know them, you love them. Pointers! Hi, Nimmer! Thank you for the hydration. I will do it right now. Hydration, sorry. I keep on falling below my noise gate. Cutting the motherboard down. Oh my goodness. Wait, so what is the trim? You mean like you figured out where to cut it? The mythical 4-star programmer. Oh my goodness. Hi, I'm MTS. I've never done that many. I think I might have gotten to 3 once in my life. I'm not sure. 2 is fairly common though. Because of the strings. Your message above explains it. Cutting the Wii motherboard down so that blah 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 blah. Yes. I just don't understand figured out the trim. Because in my mind, trim is like something that you put around the edge of something. I give it a posture check. What? Holy crap, you really are making that thing small. Wow. That's a lot smaller than I was imagining. Smaller than a DVD for sure. I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? If you want to make it as small as that. Chop, chop. We don't need this part. I mean, if you don't need it, you don't need it. Can't fault that logic. X equals X. Good job, Yook. I'm gonna call this pointer answer current. That way I don't need to store a separate value for blah 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 blah. This is star that, which is gonna begin as, are we gonna want it to be -1? No, we don't. We could just increment this afterwards, I guess. Max used. So I'm just trying to think about this. If we have a pointer here, is the max use going to start at 0 as well? It's not going to be max use. It's going to be like last or after, I guess. Actually, it's the first value that's after the value that's the last one used. If I make another pointer. So we would increment that. Yeah, we'd have to set it first and then we'd increment it by 1. And when we're going through the list, we wait until, we keep going until, while, I guess, the current pointer is less than the after. Sure, let's do it that way. So this is going to begin as the beginning of the answers array. And this is also just going to be answers. So this is going to point to value in answers currently being, or next to be read or spoken, or currently being, oh, how do I explain this, man? What? My English is failing right now. Currently awaiting speech or input, I guess. What the okay, sure. And this one, like above, but well no, it's just points to value and answers. I feel like this is slightly redundant, but whatever. Immediately after last value used. Or it's more like last index used, I guess. So, how do we use it? We, first of all, just store the value like this. And then we increment it afterwards. It's gonna be a flipping one-liner now. Wow. Actually, no, we don't increment it by 1. We return this to point to... Oh! Right! It's actually this one. It's actually this one that we do, isn't it? And then we increment that by 1 afterwards. Okay, I was doing the wrong one. And now, last used index. Sure. And next add answer value will be stored 1 index later. And we can bring this back to the beginning of the array. Kind of like rewinding it, I guess. And Short. Rewind. Answers. Current. Answer. Pointer to beginning. Ready to speak it. Next time around we do this, and then for this we're going to say while this is less than this, we'll say this, and with a delay of this delay probably starts long and then gradually shortens. I don't know if we'll be able to get short enough by just removing the delay. I might need to record a shorter nyan sound as well. Or be able to make it speak faster. I guess it's technically possible. Interpolation won't work properly though. Hi Hansfin, welcome. What is stubble? We have wee boy until someone... Why does it sound like an insult? Way to go, wee boy. Until someone at Nintendo got mad and they made it a G boy. 4%. Wait, what? Oh, you tried to link to someone. I see. Bye bye, Pragmatic. Thrift store portable DVD player for $6 and a broken eBay Wii for $14. I do hope it works. Sounds like a fun project. Okay, and after we've read this, we're gonna move on to the next one. Man, I just flipping love making one-liner pointer like this, but then I have to use 2 lines to explain what it's doing in the comments, so it kind of defeats the purpose. What is it? So speak, or say, yan, that's pitch of this answer. Next time, speak next answer. Yeah, it doesn't fit. Was I trying to make everything fit into the space it would take when the side is hidden? Oh, I was! Never mind. I got more space than I thought. I can just hide this. I forgot about that. Man. Next time, speak next answer. Okay, so just reading them out one after the other. And I think that's it. This could literally be made one line as well, but for comments. For the sake of comments, I won't. If we've not already spoken the last answer... Yep. If we're still speaking the answer we last started to speak, do nothing. Okay, and if we have got all the way to the end, we want to move on to the response. But before we do that, sorry, we want to move on to the next one. But before we do that, we want to rewind the array to the beginning again. So ready to see it being input, I guess. To read it being input, I guess. I don't know. Sure. And next time around, receive the responses. So what are we doing here? Basically, we want to wait until we see a button being pressed. I'm not sure of a good way to do this. Right now you can query a single button, but you can't ask, hey, what is the button being pressed? And just get one, you know? So we might have like... I guess I could add a function to do that. But behind the scenes we'll be doing the same thing. So for now, let's just do it this way. Let's prepare a thing. Let's call it current button. We don't actually have a way of defining no button at the moment, so I guess I could define one. Sure. IB none equals 0. We would put that at the end, but only to see that these 6 are these 6. Okay, so this can be IB none, which now has a unique value. And we want to set it if a button is being pressed. And by pressed, I mean that... Oh, right! We also want to update our knowledge of which buttons are being pressed. So we should... call input update symbol. Symbol updates everything other than the one that is repeating. So it can tell you whether the button is currently being held and whether it's just started to be pressed, like it's a new press, but it won't be able to do the repetition one. I made the repetition one be its own function because it involves a loop, which is like inherently slower than the rest of it. So if you don't need to be able to check if a button's being held down, which we don't in this case, but we're just not going to call it to save some time. So we'll just call this instead. We only need to know if a button has started to be pressed. So for a start, we'll update the inputs. Actually, we can do that here, I guess. Sure. And then we'll just query for each of these 4 buttons here. If... you know what I just realized we could do? We could... we could easily see if a button is being pressed. Wait, we can actually... Wait a minute, hang on a second, I just realized something. I can actually query what button is currently being pressed. It'll show a weird value if multiple ones are being pressed. Because this is like a... where is it? Oh, it's in the H file, isn't it? This is like a bit mask. So it's like a 1 shifted to position 0, a 1 shifted to position 1, 2, 10, 11, 12. And I'm doing this way just because that's how the pins are referred to in the IO registers. So I might as well keep it the same and not have to do any conversions. I'll conform to the existing way. But, so what I could do is just basically query what the register was. This is a current input state. This is a new input state. So I could just query this. You know? And then yeah, that is the current button. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. I'm gonna make this exposed publicly, this IS new, because I've realized that it's actually useful. Okay, let's expose this thing. So we don't need to do an if statement for every possible button. All we need to do is read is new. It's a bit weird having such a tiny name in such in a class, you know, in a separate file. Input state new. Maybe I should change its name to like input state new. Probably should. Doesn't need to be that short, does it? So use there. Let's rename it. Input state new. I should have actually renamed it, like I said. Wait, why did I not rename it? Oh. Input and... Sure. Yes. Yes, do it. Thank you. That's been annoying. Guess I can do that. Ah, it's still slightly too long. Ah! Let me have my comments. There we are. Now I can have my vertical alignment as well, even though it doesn't make proper sense. Input say new, input say new. Okie dokie. So now, we just need to check this. Wait a minute, what's going on here? And if this directive is missing? Oh, I didn't save it, did I? Be happy now? Yeah. So if this is equal to... I don't need this crap anymore. If this is equal to none, we don't do anything. We are just gonna keep waiting. There should probably be a time limit eventually, but fuck if I'm doing that now. So the input state new is this. So if this is any value, then we want to use that button. We would also look to see if it's like a back button or something eventually to get out of this mode, but for now let's just compare it to the answer and say yay if it is, or boo if it's not, I guess. How are we gonna indicate that? We only have a single nyan sound on here right now. I guess we can just play like a low-pitched nyan sound. If it fails, and just go into a tight loop. Otherwise, it'll keep going. Sure. Also, this is only speech right now. We're not even drawing anything, I just realized. So basically, if input state new is equal to the button for the current answer, then this is good. This means that the correct thing has just been entered, and in that case we should move on to the next one. So this plus plus, and if there is no next one, we should go back to add answer, and the thing repeats. So if going to answer current is now going to answer after, we need to change state. What the? Otherwise, nothing, question mark? Oh, I guess it should actually do the nyan as well. We should still do this. But we don't need to wait for the voice to finish speaking. We can like interrupt. I think I made voice.say handle that. It's a bit inelegant. It'll just cut off the sound completely and reinitialize the speech, like the vocal synthesizer, so it'll be like a harsh click sound, but I guess I can change that at some point. Just kind of curious to see this or hear this working. We won't see it at the moment. It's not drawing anything. So, if it's the correct answer... Actually, no matter what... I think no matter what it'll make the sound, right? So that you can hear that you entered the wrong one. We also want a way to work out what the period is based on the button that was pressed. So we want like an inverse one of these as well. We could just loop through it and find the right one, but we don't need to. So this is going to take it from the button to the answer, I guess, where the answer is U8, button to answer, non-answer else equals, and I guess I can just define this right here. Oh wait, hang on, I'm stupid. Shit, this can't be an array. These values go up to like 16 bits worth. We can't have a 16-bit length array. We can't have a 65 for 64 kilobyte array. When we've only got 8 kilobytes of RAM. I guess we will have to go into a little loop then to find out which one was entered. Okay, so be it. That's a bit annoying actually, because this is really nice. But it's kind of pointless. Because we're going to need to work out what the answer number was anyway. In order to work out what period we should nyan at. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna make this STM32 because it's a native data type and it's fast. And hi Long! Welcome! Ah! Cheese! I'll be zooming in at this point. Hi! Welcome! My cheese! My cheese! And answer. What's already? It's like a val answer check. So we're checking to see if the actually no, isn't val answer? Yeah, whatever. Equals 0. Balance check is less than answer vals and increment it. And if the answer to button for this one is equal to the button that was pressed, then we've just found out what's being pressed, basically. Which answer it corresponds to. In this case, we should... You know what? Let's define this up above so that we can look at it later on. Wait, let me define it as val answer. What should I call it? Answer pressed. It's like which answer was pressed. Again, answer is a terrible name. Answer is a terrible name. It implies that it's like correct. One day I might think of a better name for it. So by default, we could make it be like something outside the range of answers. 255 sounds like a good candidate. Actually, it's already pointless of even giving it a value because we're about to go into a loop with it. How's the code going? It's going alright, kind of slowly and yeah, I'm making a bunch of changes as I go along. So I don't know if I can say slowly but surely, but it's going. It's going. Trying to make a little Simon Says style game. soft-spoken coding. Yeah, that is what's happening. So if we reach the end of this loop, and this has incremented to be equal to this, then that's too high, because it should be 0, 1, 2, or 3. It won't be able to be 4. So in that case, we should break, because something has been pressed that is not one of the answer keys. In this case, this would be like a menu button or like a back button, but we're not going to handle that yet. So what I'll do is I'll just say if the value of the answer that was pressed is larger than or equal to the number of answer vowels, and then yeah, break, and I'll add a comment. So if button other than answer, e.g. back, pressed, do nothing. And this little loop is to find which answer is the pressed button corresponds to 0 to answer vowels -1. And if no button was pressed, do nothing as well. Okay, so by this point we know that an answer button's been pressed. And then we are going to nyan at the pitch of the button that was pressed immediately with no delay. I hope the looks okay though, as well. Just minus temperature right now. Is it any less? Not really. I need to save the kidneys as well. I should do that in a moment. But if the input state is equal to answer button, blah, 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 that's one way of putting it. Another way would be to say if the value of the answer is equal to this. Nyan at the at the pressed button's pitch, whether it was or was not correct. That's to say, even if it wasn't correct. So now, if the pressed answer was the correct answer, prepare to check. Yeah, as I say, next time around, expect the next answer in the array. If this answer was or if we just received the last answer in the array, sequence completed correctly, add another answer and call them again. Sure. Seems about right. But this is all no sound yet. And also if it's wrong, we're not doing anything. And yeah, if we're not doing anything, we're it would just wait for us to, it would just like this will keep looping over and over. And we'd just be able to press all the wrong buttons we wanted and then press the correct button. So we should actually do something if the wrong button was pressed. I think what I'll do is just for now, I think I'll just draw text to the screen that says, oh no. And then just go into a tight loop. Oh, we should refresh it as well. LCD send pixels. clear it as well. I think we can just go into a tight loop, and that's all we'll do for now, because, we need to handle like a proper game over system and stuff, which I don't want to do yet. So we can just draw Onyo in the middle of the display, roughly. And I guess that'll be somewhere around 30 horizontally, that ranges up to 84. And 2, which goes from 0 to 5. So just on the top half of center. So this is else if the pressed answer was incorrect. Yeah, just do that. For now, show a game over screen. Hi Neil, welcome. Show a game over screen and do go into an infinite loop. Thank you for the pats. It's that warm outside here. No! This is the temperature inside here. No. I mean, I'm glad it's outside for you, though. Alright, so I think this might work, but there's nothing being drawn yet. And I want the drawing will help show you which one it is from left to right, so yeah. When I get back, I'm gonna add the code to do some drawing. I think I'll draw all of them, but I need to draw the one which is speaking with a different face. I think what I might do is draw them all with eyes closed except for the one that's nyanning, just so that it really stands out. I just realized that it's going to count as speaking all of the time where it's doing the wait beforehand as well, the delay. So that'll look a bit silly. So I guess I'll only make it draw with the mouth open if the so-called energy, basically the volume of the voice, is not 0 question mark. Although I wonder if the energy will be left over from a previous one. I guess I could expose the countdown variable, the delay countdown. Pre-delay. Sure. Let's define that as public here. Is this volatile? It is being incremented from within a callback routine, so I guess it is. Oh, I did not mark it as volatile actually. I probably should. Although does it actually matter if it's using a cached? Yeah, it does. If you go into a loop here waiting for a variable that's not marked as volatile, that won't be good. Because the compiler will assume it can never change. Okay, let's mark it correctly. Should really mark that as volatile as well, honestly. No, I shouldn't, because that's not going to change mid. Is it? Ah, whatever. It's changed from a callback routine, so I should mark it volatile. Performance implications be damned. Volatile. Was it U8? Yeah. Bloop. So now we can see that publicly from here. And only once that pre-delay has reached 0 will we act as if the Long Yook is actually speaking it. Because that's when she'll be speaking it. She's going to draw with her eyes closed, This will turn out just fine. Not like that. Not like that. Okay, I'm gonna be right back and I'm gonna save the kidneys. When I come back, let's make it draw her and then we'll run it and it's gonna work first time, right? That's how it works, right? So it always works first time. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna get away from the mic. I was doing it for dramatic effect, but because I'm being quiet, it just sounded creepier. Alright. Everybody please use this. Everybody else please use this as an opportunity to save your kidneys / hydrate. Eat. Even people watching if you haven't skipped already on YouTube. Okay. I will be back in a moment. Yan. I return, but as of right now, I'm just a voice in the void. But never mind, I'm back. Right now is super. Sorry. I don't have a super elegant way of bringing the music back. I did! I washed my hands! I actually didn't wash my hands, I washed my hands. Thank you for the posture check, Shopkeeper. By the way, thank you very much for the follow, Avalanche. I don't know why I didn't see the notification. Ah! Stop it! I'm already clean. Thank you, Shopkeeper. I should be hydrating more. This is just water rather than yan juice that I'm drinking now. There you go. Massive hydration. I realized that I hadn't hydrated much in a while, so... Also, I have yan. Yep, that's exactly what I'm gonna try. Yan. I hope that was to your liking. Thank you for the pets. I just realized we could, down at the bottom, outside of this state, we could just be drawing the 4 Long Yooks, and based on which sound is currently playing, we just draw like one of them with the thingy open or closed. That way we don't need to add drawing routines to the call and the response separately. The problem with that though is... Thank you, by the way, thank you for the pets. Problem with that though is that if you want to find out which answer is being read, it's too late by the time we come to draw it, because we've already incremented the pointer for the answer at that point. And if we're reading the last one that was read, then you know, the answer's been rewound to 0. So what we should probably do is also expose the current period offset that the voice is speaking at, and just read that. That is a thing we can do. Certainly the easiest thing we can do. Not sure I like it, but let's see. So now we should only need to add something down here. I also just realized that yeah, we're gonna want to somehow add a delay somehow. Oh, you know what? We can make the very... What?
Nyan.
Nyan! Hi, the chill ambient, yeah! Made by Ibram, it's so good. Stu, I just came back from saving the kidneys, so I'm gonna refund you. Thank you very much for the resub, by the way, Azrael. Hi. Hope you're doing alright. Oh my god, there's a whole bunch of people that followed. I never even said, what the fuck, there's so many people! None of these follow notifications came through. What on earth? Okay, I was wondering if I was just not noticing some, or if the follow redeem was not consistently working. On the last stream, I think. Or maybe even before that. But now I know for sure that people never said, thank you very much for the follow, Danny boy. Danny boy. That's a clever way of saying it. Of writing it. Mental equilibrist. I think I'm not pronouncing that correctly. And Shirk and Danny 5. Wait, I did say thank you to Danny 5, I think. No, I just said hi when I read the message. I didn't see it. Also, thank you, Total Twitch Death. Which sounds very dramatic, but thank you anyway for the follow. I really don't know why the follows aren't working. Maybe I do need to try to implement them myself through event sub rather than relying on TwitchLib. One more day closer to Friday? Hell yeah! That's a nice way to look at it. Also, I think I just worked out how to make a gap before it starts repeating. We'll just use a long delay if it is the first sound. So we can just do an inline if statement here, and we'll say if the pointer answer current, I can't type, what is going on, is equal to the first answer, so just answers. Then we'll have a long delay. I'm not sure how long we want. Let's try 50. That's just over 1 second. It's like 1.25 seconds, isn't it? Otherwise, just half a second between them. Yeah. Have a longer delay before reading the first sound. How goes the Yook says? Yook says. That's not a bad name, is it? Yook says. Well, that one will really work for if she's eating food eventually, if I make it do that. Yook says, question mark? I think it's going right. I haven't tested it yet. I'm about to add the code for drawing. I think all the logic is done, and the code for I think I should separate these visually. And the code for reading and stuff. Now I'm gonna have the code for drawing. Is there space on the display for 4 long yooks left to write? It looks like there is. Yeah. Looks like there is. So let's draw the 4 long yooks. Let's go into a loop. And it's more like a vowel. Maybe I should. Is it like draw 1 long yook for each answer value? Yeah. Draw, I guess. Equals 0. This is less than. We could also draw the text Nyan above each head. That'd be pretty cute, wouldn't it? Yook Dance Revolution? That'd be really, really cute if possible. It would look kind of terrible on the LCD though because of the ghosting. But having her just like wiggle every time you press a thing would be cool. I don't have a good way of synthesizing music though. I'd have to make one, I think. I wouldn't be able to make anything nice sounding on using the talkie library. Just like synthesize actual like square waves with ADSR or something. Oh. We can get fancier waves actually. We've got a proper DAC output. Analog output. I guess we could have multiple. Sorry, I feel like I'm squeaking with my S sounds a lot recently. That's kind of harsh. Ukamole? Nope, absolutely no. No working a uke. What does it mean to ukamole though? Is it just like she tries to touch a mole? Anyway, while this is less than num answer vowels, we increment this by 1 and we draw sprite. Wait, how do you do this again? LCD draw sprite transparent. And we are gonna draw. Should I put them all separately here? Yes, I will. Okay, so we want the head. Spur. Head. I'm gonna have to check the function where I do draw long yoke.
Kasaraki.
Okay, these are all the different parts. Why though? Why she's bonk yoke when she peeks at the ground? No! Is it more like whack-a-mole? So probably not, yeah. I think I want to call draw long yoke. I think what I might want to do is optionally specify this. Maybe I can make the tail length. If you enter -1, it just doesn't draw the tail. That would be an easy way of making it just work without needing to change anything. If tail length equals -1, or I guess we could say less than 0 to be honest. Just don't do anything else. That seems alright for now, right? I can just call draw Long Yook instead. Oh, a Y position as well. We just specify the Y position. Well, by default, she's going to draw at the current Y position that she's sliding across that, which is a perfectly fine position to draw her at. So let's do that. Throw cheese at the Yook. How dare you? How dare you? Not even the Long Yook. Literally just me. They pop out of the ground with their mouth open and you need to throw cheese to feed them. Okay. That's cute. That's cute. So instead of whack-a-mole, it's feed a Yook. I'll add it as a possibility. Feed a Yook like whack-a-mole. Ah! Pop. Pops out of ground. Throw cheese to feed them. Yeah, sure. Sounds like I need to draw another sprite. Not sure. Maybe not. Draw sprite transfer. Okay, so none of this anymore. Get out of here. Be gone. Draw Long Yook instead. It's gonna be drawn. So we need 4 different positions. Thank you for the pants. So one of them is gonna be at the far left. Tail length of -1. So no tail. So the eyes will be closed. Oh, well, let's determine which answer is currently being spoken as well. Arms pressed. So this is going to be arms speaking. Yeah. So 205 would be the default. Is that how I did it before? We gotta change it. Looks like there's no 255 anymore. Okay. Sure, 255 would be no answer, I guess. We can just check to see if it's outside the range of answers. I guess we could just make it num answers, confusingly, but... okay, so... firstly, if... oh wait, no, that'll just work fine, actually. Any value is outside the range. What we'll do is, when we're drawing this, we'll check to see if the answer being spoken is equal to... we still need to be inside the loop, I just realized. We can check to see if the answer being spoken is equal to this. If not, it just naturally, none will be drawn with the mouth open. So if the voice is speaking for a start... I cannot type to save my life. So if it is speaking, and with the voice current pre-delay is equal to 0, it's gonna put these in, yeah, and no, that's it. Then we will determine which answer is being spoken based on the period offset, which means we need to go into a loop and find the thingy. So previously it was find the answer the press button corresponds to. This is find which answer the voice's period offset corresponds to. Ah, that's why I did it this way. Hang on, it's exactly the same logic as before. I do the thing and then I went through it. Okay, that makes sense. That's why I didn't explicitly say it's 205, because I didn't initialize it because we're initializing it here. Oh, wait! They would have been redefining it if I did that. Let's get rid of that. This equals 0, this is less than the number of answers, this plus plus. And if the voice voice dot current period offset is equal to, or I should say if the answer to period is equal to hold on. I just realized I've written this kind of in Yoda speak. I've put in the way around that confused me. So if the voice's current period offset is equal to the answer to period for this answer, then we found the answer. Oh, I didn't do anything here either. Holy crap, I've been so, like, I'm so off my game tonight. What the hell? I'm making so many mistakes. I'm catching them all before I'm compiling, but like half an hour after I type them. So if you find it that we break, that's what I need to do. Do you have enough pixels for something like that? I think I have enough pixels for 4 heads. Just the 4 heads. Oh, you mean for the mouth opening for the cheese throwing? I think so. For that one, I'd be more concerned about the redraw refresh rate, I guess. Yeah, that'll probably be fine. The cheese throw will just be like cosmetic, I guess. And it could go in a few stages, like dit, dit, dit. Or actually, it'll have to do that if it's going vertically, yeah. Because I don't have a way to smoothly move a sprite vertically. So that'd be quite the pain in the rectum to do compared to sliding it horizontally. So if the voice is audibly speaking right now, blah 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 blah. If the voice is not speaking, vowel ends speaking is larger than or is num ends vowels, yeah, sure. Okay, so draw Long Yook at far left, no tail. And now let's choose the eyes. Spread eyes closed down. That look like she's asleep, I guess. Sure, let's just do up then, so it looks like they're closed and happy. Actually, no, down, so it looks like she's asleep. If she's not talking. So basically, if the current one we're drawing is equal to the current one that's being spoken, then we want to draw it as, let's have her look super hyper with sparkles in the eyes. Otherwise, they'll be closed. And which mouth do we want? Let's do, if valence of draw is equal to valence of speaking, then the mouth will be open and happy, I guess. Otherwise, straight or small, I guess. Sure, let's try that. Balance draw. No suitable conversion for city. Oh right, we have to pass the address. Right. I always forget this. should be it. I can't believe this all just became basically a one-liner. Programmers can't count, by the way. This is one line. It's because we start counting at 0. Okay, I guess this might work. We also want to clear the canvas before we do it here. Okay, nice. Oh, we also don't want them all at x0. We want them at different positions. Kind of important. So the x position 80. Okay, what is the widest we can get? The widest we can get is gonna be 84, which is the LCD width. So num calls minus the width of the head. The head's gonna be the widest bit. So the spread of the heads dot num columns. So if we're drawing this and it's one column wide, we'd want to draw it at index 83 and that's it, which would be 84 minus 1, that would be 83, so that works. So that's the rightmost position, or rather the left edge, I guess, of the head furthest to the right. So I guess what we want to do is divide this by 3 and then multiply it by which head we're drawing, right? 0 would be the left then. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Though, this might be best to multiply by the thing and then divide, rather than divide and then multiply, because of rounding errors. So let's multiply this by the value of the answer to draw first, and then divide it by... Man, are we actually doing division? That's not great, is it? If we divide it first, then we don't actually need to do any real division. It'll be done at compile time. Okay, let's do it this way, just because then we don't do any real division at runtime. And multiply that by... because this is all constant. And so is this. Multiply it by val as draw. I think this has a small chance of working, and I think I'm gonna upload it and see what happens. Let's find out. Upload. So when I upload this, it should... Wait, am I even calling this? Mode memory game. It's being called from test memory game. We're initializing the input, LCD. Oh, sorry. Random, LCD and input. And we're running this. This is a constant loop. So let's not call that, and let's call this instead. Okay. I think this has a chance of working, possibly, maybe, probably not. Based on how many errors I've caught myself making, probably not. So what should happen is it should nyan at a random pitch, and one of the mouths should open, and then if I press that, there's going to be no visual indication that it worked, other than it's not going to say oh no. That's the main thing. At some point, when we reach the end of a sequence and they're all entered correctly, I should probably like put some kind of visual thing on the screen to say, yay, yay. Oh, that way that's not hard. Yeah, we should probably make a new state. Let's make a new state, actually. Yeah, let's make a new state. That is just for showing the yay. I don't want to put the CPU to sleep because in the real thing I'm gonna want it to be able to respond to like a back button, so. And I guess I'll do that checking for the back button being pressed somewhere at the end. Like somewhere down like where we're drawing the Long Yook faces. It isn't here anymore. Draw a row of Long Yook hands with one that's speaking, having open eyes and mouth. Can I hook that to an interrupt? The back button? Probably, but then I'd still have to deliver it into this function, so I might as well just have this function test. We're actually not going to be redrawing the LCD, so the delay to make it like sleep and stuff. Whatever, it's basically going to be using practically no current. Because it's only going to wake up, decrement the value here, and then go back to sleep. And then once the value has reached 0, we'll move on to the next state, I think. I think that's how I'll do it. I would love to make these an enum, by the way. But it doesn't like trying to add 1 to an enum. It's like, well, you need to define what adding means. I'm not sure I can be bothered to do that. Okay, so response. So before we go back to adding an answer, let's have wait. Let's call this correct sequence to show. How did I word this for? Next time around. Hammock, nice. Hammock, nice. I'm glad. Have a nice hammock. Thank you for the posture check. Oh my goodness, some of you had my neck crack. Yeah, that's cause I think it's the hydration as well. Did you see? I finally added a button I can just press to switch between 2D and 3D modes. Now you can see why the 2D head is tilting, because my neck has been thrown into a weird position on the 3D one because of the see if we can use water physics. Also. Wait, that was shit, let me try again. Much better. He probably has a prawn/shrimp posture. No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Jeez. Did you add a slider so you can fade between 2D and 3D? No. I did not. Okay, so there's one more state after this, which is... or one more case after this, which is... case, yes, correct sequence. this is... That's what it's going to be doing when we do game state plus plus. But not yet. Not yet. Can you make a static variable inside a case? Well, it's not really static then, is it? Oh, yeah, I guess it is actually. What the hell happens if we try and make a static variable inside a case? The next time around, does the nyan... Not sure if I like that. Would that work? If the next time around, would this... I guess it would, right? I guess it would remember its value. Let's just call this, wait delay, I guess? Or no, what do I call it? I guess current... what do I call it? Delay remaining... Sure. This is gonna start and this is gonna be measured in LCD frames. So I guess I might as well say num frames. What did I call it? Num frames remaining? Sure. Remain. It's gonna be, so we want to wait for 2 seconds. Or maybe a second, because I already added a delay up here, didn't I? I guess we don't need to do this then. Or do we? Delete. Sure. Oh wait, it's like 13 FPS, isn't it? So 13 times 2 seconds, sure. Maybe 1.5. That's roughly 20. So, if num frames remain, I guess I need to define this actually. Can I put a const expr in here? Did I define it as const exprs? No, I just put consts. Fine, I'll call it const. I am, after all, trying to make this more C style than C, but whatever. Num frames delay, I guess. What is delay start? And this is delay. That can be 20. And I guess I could put that there. And then, if this, then we will... I guess what we'll do in the very first place is... So if there are no frames left, then we'll move on to the next game state. And... Actually, you know what? I guess the way we just do this is... Num frames remain minus minus. And then just break. And afterwards, when we're going to move on to the next state, we need to like recharge this back up to this. Next time the sequence is correct, need to wait again. If we still need to wait, reduce the number of frames that we still need to wait for and do nothing else for now. And actually there's one more thing we're going to do here, which is draw text. We could make them all be happy actually, you know? We could make these all be happy in this case. But how would I, like, this is such a nice thing here. Oh, I could just base it on the what do you call it? The thingy, the game state. I guess we want to wait for the voice to finish before we go to the next state though, don't we? Yeah, we want to wait for the... Yeah, we want to wait for the voice to finish playing before we do this. I think what I might say is correct nyan and then correct wait. So the first part is while we're still saying nyan, and the second part is when we're waiting, and that's when the faces will be happy. And the wait is this part. I've just put 2 breaks in here. And the first part... Lane! Yeah, she's waiting, exactly. This part is all we're gonna do is wait for the voice to finish. So just if voice dot is speaking, break. Afterwards, game state plus plus. This is gonna be correct nyan, and then I should probably put a summary of what these are up here. So this is adding one more answer to the sequence. I'm suddenly realized that I should call this sequence. Speaking all of the answers. Speaking the full sequence of answers. Waiting for and receiving each answer that's input. And speaking, waiting for sequence and received correctly, waiting for last answer to finish speaking. Showing a happy I don't know, showing congratulations for a while before repeating game loop, I guess. Before adding one more answer. Okay, so I think we'll be correctly next time around. Wait for speech to finish. So that's what we do there. And next time around, show congrats for a while. There we go, there we go. If voice of last answer in sequence is still speaking. Do nothing for now. Just do nothing. Alright, so now if the game state is equal to GS correct. Wait. I guess I'm gonna say congrats actually. Correct Nyan, correct wait. I'll call it congrats, I guess. It's a nicer thing to call it. Also, I'm more descriptive. Ah. And then we'll do something else, otherwise we'll draw these. It's gonna be much simpler. Let's draw sparkly eyes, I guess. Oh, you know what? We could draw the sparkling eyes. One pair of the sparkling eyes based on the number of frames remaining. Wait, that's local to this, isn't it? Shit. They probably won't be able to be accessed outside this switch case because that's a code block ending. I guess we just define this somewhere else. Let's just define these somewhere else. I didn't think we'd need them elsewhere, but if we're gonna have the eyes sparkle based on the number of frames remaining, like we could just like every 3 or every 4 frames remaining they can sparkle. Like they change which sparkle sprite they're drawing with. Then I'll add them up here. So this is gonna be... Oh, you don't need that anymore. It's just a normal UI. This name is something more sensible now, so this is num. Congrats. Frames, I guess. Start. It's a ridiculously long name. What the hell? I'll just name it that for now because I can't be able to think of a better name. At least it's descriptive, right? So we'll just use this instead. Can this even fit? Yeah. Without, you know, blowing over the edge of where the comment should be. So if... so it's not dependent on this, it's going to be dependent on the number of frames remaining. So we're just going to look at the rightmost by one bit. By what? How do you explain it? The second last rightmost bit, so bit index 1 rather than 0. All those long Yook loading things. Long Yooding. So I'm going to look at the second bit. We're always going to draw the open happy mouth, so. Sparkle 1 versus Sparkle 2. So, if congratulations are in order, draw 4. Oh, actually, this comment. Draw the Long Yook that's speaking. So draw the row of Long Yooks with the one that's speaking, if any having opened his mouth. Draw all Long Yooks with happy, sparkling eyes. Eyes bright, changing every this is gonna be changing every. So this will change every 1 frame. This will change every 2 frames. This will change every. Yeah. So this number needs to be a power of 2, and whichever number you type will be the number of frames that it repeats in, right? Wait a second. Let's go. Calc. So yeah, so if this bit is set as 1, if this bit is set as 2, as 4, and this will repeat.
What you guys are referring to as Yuku is in fact Yuk slash, or as I've recently taken to calling it VT plus Yuk. Yuk is not a character unto herself, but rather another free component of a fully functioning cheese made useful by the cheese collabs.
How did you pronounce collabs correctly? Thanks, Topper. I guess. Changing every 4 frames. I just got about every few frames, so I don't have to change that comment if I change this. Alright, I think that's enough for me to upload and try it. Shall we try? No, we need more comments first. Else, if we're not showing congratulations at the moment, this part is kind of messy, and it'd kind of be nice if it was more obviously broken up. All this mess here. I wonder if it should be its own function. But as of now, the entire game is within this one function, so. I don't know how many games we'll have where we have a row of Long Yook heads. Alright, let's upload and see what happens, shall we? I'm pressing the button. And I guess I should unmute the mic, so... Or rather unmute the sound from her. I'll do that once it's uploading. But assume you can compile. I haven't even tried compiling it. Okay. Not surprising, it doesn't compile. Redefinition of input state new. Oh, this is inside input. Ah! It's because it's already defined in here, isn't it? Yeah. Now defined in .h file, so that it can be. That's how it has to be done, right? So that it can be publicly accessed. Is that the problem though? Because in the talkie thing, this is defined here. But isn't it also defined in here? Oh, it's not actually. The volatile ones are defined again in here though. Right? Are they not actually? In frame voice equals 0. Yeah. They are defined again. So it's okay with those. Is it because it's a class or something? Or is it because it's volatile? items do I try to compile now? I guess we'll blunder our way to the answer in the end. Holy! Oh my goodness, what is all this? Operation on PTR answer occur may be undefined. What the hell? Why is that? Operational pointer answer occur may be undefined. It does start with a valid, well, with a value. What am I doing wrong there? So is this pointer, is this and that pointer? This feels like something very important that I'm not noticing. Let's have a look at the rest. Valons of speaking may be used uninitialized. Ooh, yes, it is. That should be happening inside this section. Yes. Okay, that was a nice catch by the compiler. Hang on, what's going on here? Oh no. I've copied it. Okay, what's going on here? What's going on? If the game state is this, else this... Oh, it's okay. I was seeing this and I thought it was closing something else. What is going on here though? Input state new, so even though it's being defined in here, it's not seeing it in here? Ah, never mind. That was apparently just Visual Studio Code not updating, question mark? Right, how does it look now? Not good! This is still maybe used uninitialized? Really? Why does it think this might be uninitialized? We explicitly said it. Oh shit! Oh no, wait, never mind. We are setting this to 0 here. Like, this is the very first thing we do, right? In a for loop, this gets run. Oh, okay. This is all within an if statement here as well. If that's false, then this would be uninitialized. Yeah, okay. So sure, let's just... I guess I might as well initialize it to this, actually. By default, use the value outside 0 to this -1 range. Okay, so this should no longer be uninitialized. So this should just be the only one left now. What is this mess? What is this mess? Is it because of this? What is this? What is this? What? Where's all this suddenly coming from? What the fuck? Is this Visual Studio Code being Visual Studio Code? Because the only thing this is complaining about is this. I'm gonna restart Visual Studio Code, hold on. Hi Metal Gear. Is STM Dev actually good on VS Code? I enjoy it. Although I'm being a little bamboozled by this thing right now. It is a linker error indeed. I'm not sure why, but let's fix this problem first because this one's concerning. It's saying this operation might be undefined. So this is the pointer. We set it to this here. So this is not undefined, so it's fine doing that. But for some reason this one might be undefined. Ah, I know why it is. We're using the same value. We're using this here, and we're also using it here. And I guess it's not in the spec which thing is evaluated first. Also, even if this one is evaluated first, that's not what I want. So actually, we need to increment it after we finish using it. Okay, I get it. I get it. Whoopsie. Maybe too enthusiastic to make things a one-liner. I mean, it was fine before, but now that we're using it here as well. Originally, we weren't using it there. Let's try that, maybe? I don't know if that'll fix the linker error, isn't it? Oh yes, that did fix that error. Now there's only one left, which is still multiple definitions of input state new. Why? Oh! Oh no, wait, we are still doing this. If def, blah blah blah. So we're defining it once. Here, let's have like this. Let's read this properly. In function memory mode game. Well, first defined here. In function mode memory game. What? Wait, was this something else? Undefined reference to talkie : C. Oh, wait, what do you mean undefined reference to talkie C? Voice to C. Is voice not the wait, what? Undefined reference to talkie C? Ah. Input.o. I'm sure it'd be nice if it could actually tell me what the source file was. So it used to be defined here, and I wanted to make it public, so I put it in the H file instead. And it's now not complaining about this. How can there be multiple definitions of input state new? What I feel like I'm making a really stupid mistake. What's going on here? Input state new. Okay, there's only one on there. Whoops. The only thing is this. Input state new here. So where are we including input.h? We are including it here. And we're of course including it here as well. But it shouldn't matter that we're including it in multiple places. Because we're doing this if and def thingy and then defining it, so... This whole thing should only get defined once. How are we getting multiple definitions here? Oh my goodness. I feel like this is where I need stew. I feel like the stew is having a hammock right now. Also, I've not had this problem before with this entire project, which is frankly surprising. Would eggs turn? Maybe. Wait, is that what I did in the LCD library? Hold on. It is! Oh my god, thank you. That is the thing I was forgetting. We want to change one line of code and get the 0 to 60456 errors. Does it need to be static as well? Let's just see what happens. What? If it would be a global, yes. How come, out of curiosity, because this one doesn't need to be. And that works correctly. What is the difference going on here?
Casseri.
So I define it here as well, and then I define it again. Oh, right! Right. I actually have to do the definition in here now that it's external. Right. Why cheese? Hi, Fizzbuzz. Okay, we've got fewer errors now. Nice! That one's fixed. Now there's only just a bit left. Yeah, thank you, Metal. Why cheese? Oh, chaos, hi. Is that the reason there's cheese? Because chaos suddenly threw some? It's far more than 646. People aren't even counting it nowadays. I don't say it for that counter. I actually forgot there was a counter because, like I said, people aren't counting it. Okay, now what's the problem? Undefined reference to talkie, say. Undefined reference? Isn't that the kind of thing you'd see when you, instead of like making an instance of the voice, or an instance of talkie called voice, you try to call it talkie directly? It's because it isn't using the namespace. Or a scope issue. I don't know, this is the only thing called voice anywhere in the project. And you can normally just do voice.say like that. Don't too hard at this mess. I did just recently change something in Talkie though, although Talkie is a bit different because it's an actual class. Actually no, that worked here, so it should work here as well. I think. In the function mode memory game, do we actually know which line Talkie say? When Talkie say is being used? Oh, I guess it's complaining on both of those lines, huh? Both times it's with this, and this. Is it implemented? Yeah, that's worked in another part of the code, which was... Oh, did I delete it? I think I just commented it out, actually. Oh wait, that's a good point. It was voice.q that I implemented. It was QAdd that I implemented with these three. I've actually not done say before. Huh. I completely forgot about that. So did I only implement... So I wanted you to be able to give these things, or just one, or just nothing. Did I not implement it? Oh my goodness. So here's the one with no parameters. I never implemented it. Here's one with one parameter. Yeah, I literally never implemented it. What an idiot. What an idiot. It's just these parameters right here. This and this. Pitch offset. Redelay. Wait, why is it called pitch offset? This would be period offset. The inverse. Thank you so much, Metal Q. Oh my goodness me. What a savior. Boop. Yay! Clean build. Clean as in it works. Thank you. Okay, let's upload it. Let's see if it begins. I'm gonna unmute. Oh, hang on, we've got a... Have I bumped one of the knobs on my sound interface? Where's the right speaker? Oh, I have. Wait, that's the wrong one. I think I need to budge the cable for the audio that's plugged. I know you can't hear anything yet, but when I unmute this, you're going to hear it louder on your right ear than the left ear. So I think I need to twiddle the cable. I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to accidentally touch the camera or something on this really delicate setup that I've got right now. And like make the camera not be able to see it properly anymore. Ah, fuck, I just moved everything. No! That's not terribly misaligned. Hang on. Is that okay? That's roughly correct. So as drastic as I thought. It's now correctly centered as well. This is just a bare board with just the STM32 blah 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 blah. This one. I have it in a video question mark. Oh, there it is. It's just this on a breakout board. Connected to a load of stuff. That's what the breakout board currently looks like. It's grown a little bit in terms of what's connected. This is the LCD that you're looking at right now. And then there's this little board for inputs, which I'm about to be using as a test. Or two tests. There's also like a headphone output. If you can't really see, it's like up here. Yeah, I think this part hasn't changed much. It's on the other side of the board now. There's no transformer anymore. Oh yeah, well yes there is actually. That won't be in the finished thing. That's just as a bit of insurance to protect it and my sound interface from each other. But in the end it'll just be a speaker. Alright, let's try uploading it and I'm gonna unmute the audio. And now it's uploading. Okay, we have the 4 Long Yook hands. They're a bit closer than expected. Interesting. Didn't hear any of them say anything. I'm gonna press reset, just in case. Whoa!
Flag you.
What? Flat Yook? I am flat right now. I do be a little bit dimensionally challenged. Okay, so, falling at the first hurdle. Say Pantopagato! Have a nice rest. Thank you very much for the resub forward. Hope you're doing alright. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so, it's working enough that this part of the code where we're drawing the row of Long Yook heads is working. It is correctly drawing them in this way, and is correctly drawing them all with their mouth closed and eyes closed, because none are speaking. However, one should have spoken, but it didn't. So what happened? Let's have a look. We should have chosen a random number. Only looking at the last 2 bits. So 0 to 3. The value at the first index should have become that, and then this got incremented by 1. Then we moved on to this state. If the voice is speaking break. Oh. I hope I'm correctly resetting that. Hopping around pet projects more than ever. Well, if you're having fun, it's good. And like learning stuff. That's the thing that I'm really enjoying about this project as well. So much stuff to learn about the STM32. Hashtag not sponsored. Have you ever thought about using other editors, or does it just feels comfy on VS Code? I kind of learned how to use it, and now I'm just using it. With less using it and more setting it up, so it took a while. When I'm developing for DOS stuff, I use Fed though, FED, Falling Editor, in DOSBox, and that feels fine as well, except for its ridiculous keyboard shortcuts. Not a huge fan of $oft. That's understandable. STM Dev and NeoVim, Vim seems to be a pain. I've never tried using them. That's a slight lie. I tried using a client for one. Oh, client might be the wrong word. I can't think of the word. There's basically something that was a fancy visual wrapper around Vim. Yeah, Vim actually. It was the thing that adds this kind of cursor. I started looking at it because Lane, who was in the chat earlier, used it. And she thought, oh, this is just a silly cursor thing that's like, not the real point of it, but like, I can do other things. But I was like, wow, that's a cool cursor, how do I get that? And I tried to use the program. I can't remember what it's called. It might have been NVim? Anyway, TLDR, I couldn't get it to work, and ended up getting it to work for the effect to work on Visual Studio instead. It takes some effort. Yeah. NVim is NVim. I thought there was a specific thing named NVim though that was a... I might be remembering the wrong name. Okay, hang on, let me have a look at this. This is the first place where it could be failing, I think. Current answer has been set to this, and this started as this and has just been incremented, therefore this must now be less than this, so this should be true. Voice does say... Ah, true, I've never actually tested say with 3 things passed because... Mind you, I know that this works. I know that manually saying qadd and then say works, and this is just doing qadd and then say, so... See soon. So really, that should be working. Even if we put a crazy number in here, That wouldn't make it stop speaking, that would just have some really weird effect to what it's trying to speak. And this at least should be small. We already know that the pre-delay works anyway. Is it time to be using the LCD debugging thingy that I made? I think it might be. I guess as a sanity check we could make it read something. Actually, as a sanity check I could just remove this on the first call. On the first time round, because on the very first answer there is only one, so it doesn't need to wait for any others. So let's just see if it reads if I remove that. Still no, okay. Was it Neovide? Is that what it was? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, all the keyboard shortcut stuff is... or keyboard command mode, I guess. Command mode. That sounds like what I'm thinking of. Neovine. I should really be going around now, but I'm not. Should be ending stream, but I'm not. Am I missing something for initializing? The time it works is when I'm calling test LCD. And for that I initialize stop, pins, sysclock. What does sysclock do again? Okay. Pins. Just turns on a couple of debugging pins now. I used to do all of the initializing of pins in here, but now I break that out to... I delegated it to the things that actually need it, like LCD in it. In it, bruv. I mean, I could run that. I would be surprised if that was the reason why it's fading. GPIO-A must already be enabled by the LCD in it, right? Yeah. Oh! Oh! This maybe could help explain it. It might be going into stop mode and then never coming back out of stop mode. Because I forgot to do that. Okay, that's quite an important one that we need to initialize. This is what initializes our ability to put the CPU into stop mode and then back out for low power sleeps. And that is something that we are doing in our code. So I should definitely be initializing that. Let's see if that helps. God damn it, I was really hoping that would work. Yeah, that was the other thing I still had on my clipboard. Oh yeah, that one. Sure. When I started coding, do you have like some fear of judgment? Yes, a lot. I did have that a lot. That's why I wasn't doing it at first, yeah. I did. What if you just do literally the same initialization as the test LCD? And stop this one. Wait, hang on. Where did I just paste in its stop? Oh shit, I put it in the wrong place. I put it in completely the wrong place. That's for test RNG, not test memory game. Whoops. Do I set the pin to high or does it just flip it? For what? Yes! Okay. Does it set the pin to GPIOA? Which I'm not sure you mean for what exactly. I'm pressing reset again because oh my god, it's actually different. I'm gonna be honest, the face is a little bit scary. Okay, this seems to be working. Let me re-add the code that makes it wait. Or did I already add it back? I already added it back. I did! These eyes are over the top though, so let me change it from hyper. Who would have expected eyes named hyper to be over the top, huh? Which was the default? I forget. Close, empty, idle, right there. Okay. So let's see if I can enter a sequence and have it repeat. Or I mean like if I can repeat. Okay, so that is number 2. So I'm gonna press number 2. Oh wait, it's uploading, sorry. Okay, that's number 3. I'm pressing 3. Okay, it went to happy. Oh, okay, it went through the whole sequence, then it just didn't quite get into the second stage correctly. What happens if I press the button now? Nothing. Okay. Reset. I'm gonna press the wrong one this time. Okay, that works. It didn't wait for the speech to finish though, which is probably important. Oh yeah, we do just immediately go into that state, so that makes sense. So the only thing that's not happening now is that we're not going right to the start, and that's because I'm not telling it to go back to the start. I'm saying plus plus like an idiot. Man, we were so close to our working all that time, weren't we? Just, I wasn't initializing stuff. Okay, let's press the third one. Oh, it's happening. Okay, fourth. They're happy. Oh my god, I think it's working. Oh my god, it's working. Wow. It does cut off the sound when I do it too fast. can't believe this is working. Okay, this is a little sus. Why is it just going around over and over? Okay, I think something might be wrong here. It seems to just be going around in a loop the whole time. It's gonna press buttons. Okay. Okay, it's just going around in a loop. What the hell? Why is that? Is RAND not working? I guess technically it's possible that we just got an amazing log. So let's reset it and see if we get a different sequence this time. Okay. This is already suspicious. Interesting. Is this just an artifact of how the RAND works? We're adding an odd number every time, but we're also multiplying. Let's just have a look. So, no matter what seed we start with, doesn't matter, it's doing the same thing. So let's just do... So it starts at 0, so this times 0... Plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the next state is this. The next state is going to be that. So the lowest 2 bits, we're looking at the lowest 2 bits, 0 and 1. So let's just make a 0, 1. So this times this plus, oh, what the fuck? Okay, well this number is too big, so it'll be truncated in the actual 1, but it doesn't matter, it's truncation, so the lower bits will still be right. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is now 1, 0. Okay, already suspicious. So do it again. This times... Oh, this number's gonna be far too big. Let me just end this with... F to calm it down a bit. Now we can multiply this by this value. Oh my god. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's 1, 1. Look, it's the same sequence. We're counting in binary. Wow. So maybe I need to take a few middle values. Very interesting to know that I can't just rely on the last 2 digits, the last 2 binary digits, also known as bits. Maybe I should use a true number generator after all, rather than a pseudo-random number generator. This is apparently how the GCC RAND function works, but... Anyway, let's crop this again. And just for completeness' sake, let's do one more step. This times this plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would you look at that? We've completed the sequence. 1, 2, 3, 0. 1, 2, 3, 0. Wow. Okay, so this RAND function is, how do you say, not great. Maybe we take a different set of 3 bytes. You can do like the gam dev folded, look into non-initialized memory to generate a random number. Wait, that's kind of funny. It's more like a count to 4. Yeah, the lowest 4 bits count to 4, even though like the other numbers look like they're wildly changing. I guess what we could do is also like... I don't really like dividing integer division because it's a bit slow, but we only do it once per adding a new answer, so we could divide it by like an integer number. rather than just bit shifting, right? If I was doing the bit selecting and stuff because it's faster. But what if we just like divide by, say, 10,000 and then look at the last 3 bits? Because it looks random in base 10, so how about we just use it like we do some base 10 operation to it and then shift right by some arbitrary? Yeah. But what I'm wondering is, does this pattern of counting stuff repeat at other locations as well? I could be unlucky enough to just stumble upon one of those. Multiplication instead and do a bitwise ops to look like it is. Multiplication. Eventually it would overflow. Start with a different seed? Yes, it does still repeat. It starts at a different position in the 0 to 3 and then it repeats. It's kind of funny. Don't just press a random button. Okay, this is all fine. Let's just look at another 2 bits. Actually, let's not. Let's look at it on calculator. Let's look at, for example, these 2 bits. Bits 7 and 6. We start with this, we multiply it by this, which is 0 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the first value is 0, 0. Next, we do this times this plus 1, 0, 5. There. We've got 0, 1. That's not looking good. Truncate it. Times this plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I feel like it wouldn't be... So when this, if we do like a base 10 operation on it, I guess it would work pretty much the same whether it's negative or not. But like the way this overflows, it actually becomes negative, which is not a thing we're seeing in here. So... But I don't think that would really help us. It certainly wouldn't help us if we're just reading it based on 2 bits. Saying this plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 makes me think that the last however many bits it takes to represent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bits are going to be repeating very regularly. This would be like the last 14 or 15 bits I think that would take to represent that number. 14, right? 14. And Clang said int 1, 2, 5. Occasionally it's useful if you're mousing over like hex things or... But instead of the last 2 you take like 8 bits. I need 2 bits, so it needs to be a number between 0 and 3, so... Hang on, let me just continue doing this because I'm curious. Actually, it's too long-winded, I can't be asked. Let me just do a different thing. Let's take this, divided by, let's say, I mean, it's a number that's like got the full span of the 32-bit range, so dividing by 10 should be fine, right? It's not like we're gonna be biasing ourselves towards low values. And then we take the last 3 bits of that. Let's just see how that plays. If it works, I'll add a comment explaining why the hell I'm doing that. It's uploading now. Okay. Okay. So far, so good. I just want it to be really obviously repeating, no matter what it is. It feels more random so far. Due to FPGA dev, I've... Hold on. I've never done FPGA stuff, I'm afraid. Okay, let's reset and do another playthrough and see if it's... feels different. It's seeded by the true random number generator, by the way. This feels a lot less predictable already. I do want to change it so that you don't interrupt the speech. And instead it like interpolates from whatever pitch it got left at. It does sound oddly like wow, but on a high pitched. I'm gonna try and press multiple ones at once and see what happens. Nothing. Ah, I know why that is. It's actually probably the right behavior as well. But yes, because it goes into a loop and it looks through all of these. And the actual button that will be the actual value of this will be this logical order with this logical order with this logical order with this if I'm pressing them all at once. What if I try this one? I don't know what that link was meant to be. Was it meant to be a link even? Was it linked to like an FPGA thing or something? A copy thing? Wow. Hold on, let me allow links for a sec. Okay, you should be able to paste the link now. Or code, sorry. Was it code? This is the domain I don't know anything about. Let me research. Why can I not alt tab? Why can I not alt tab? I'm alt tabbing for my life here and I'm failing. Maybe this is a sign that I should stop. I don't know anything about this domain and I'm not sure I'm gonna be going on it without a VPN. I'm afraid. Alright, this is gonna be one of these paragraph long comments. We do a base 10 operation on the value of rand as the lowest, as when reading the lowest 2 bits directly, they always cycle through 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. Return the seed. Lesson 16. Okay, so you're looking at bits 16 and 17 rather than 0 and 1. Okay. A yook at this nocturnal time. Didn't know cats were nocturnal? They're crepuscular. Active at dawn and dusk, if I remember rightly. I remember the name, but not what it means. Hi, Fox. Yeah, I get that. That might work as well. We take the lowest. Well, maybe. I don't know. So it's like, but what I wonder is, like, how much does it take for it to not be random anymore? Do I need to look at the bits after bits 14, I guess? Because the lowest ones are defined by this, and the higher ones are defined by that. Also, one thing I could do is probably just divide it, or not divide it, well, effectively divide it by the range of the entire 32-bit range, divided by the 32-bit range, over 4. And that way it's like we're using the whole range. That would be just like taking the highest 2 bits, so I guess. Which would be a lot faster. Probably. Actually, no, what am I saying? There's a 1 cycle multiplier in this CPU. Crepuscular. It's a pretty cool word. Hi, Frog. What's that mean? I think it means active during dawn and dusk, folks. It's a bit better than integer division. So the compiler may optimize that division. I don't know if it'll be able to optimize this one. It's not a multiple of, or a power of 2. Well, for now, let's try looking at just the topmost 2 bits, I guess. So if you right shift this by 30... Is that right? Hang on a second. Sanity check. You're reading these 2 bits. If you want to read these 2 bits, that's 8 minus 2, so 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. We use the highest 2 bits of rand as when reading the lowest 2 bits, or as the lowest 2 bits always cycle through this. This is making me think that I might want to make a function to do this, because I feel like in the future I'm gonna do a similar thing, looking at the randomness of the low bits, just because it's easy to just AND it with something if it's in power of 2 that you need. If you need like 0 to 4, right? Or 0 to 3, then this is an easy way to do it. And it's probably gonna come back to bite me again. You can add some parameters to your rand function. Yeah, I'll probably make like a wrapper around it. Volatile should help too. I don't see how volatile would help here. This is entirely... Once it's been seeded by this, like this is entirely deterministic. I mean, that's how I'd use pseudo-random number generators, right? That's what makes it pseudo. You can add some parameters. Oh, sorry. Look up bits and bit range. actually did make such functions for when I was messing around with VGA registers in the DOS thing. This is see how it plays with the top 2 bits. So I could just copy and paste my own code. Let's see how quick I can make it. I did it correctly too quickly. Nice. Fuck. Alright, well this seems to be okay. And it bothers me a bit that this is off center. I should make a function to get the text length at some point. Well, it seems to work. I do need to fix the say function a bit, so that, because it feels like the pitch of the beginning of the sounds is always not. So wait, hang on. I think I might know where this is. Am I accidentally interpolating everything instead of not the pitch when we're loading a new frame? Under certain circumstances, instantly set current synth values to target values. Yeah, that's fine. We do that for everything. Oh, this is kind of, I'm doing like the opposite of what I thought. I thought I might be not jumping the pitch to the new value immediately, when I should be. But I am actually doing everything when I probably don't need to do everything. Anyway, I'm not sure why the pitch is sounding weirdly low then. It might just be how the sound is. I could have a look actually. If we go back to playing the sounds and looking at the values of the sounds. Show voice params. Let's see if we see the pitch like move gradually up instead of just staying in the same position. So it's going to be the second bar from the top, and it's going to be right aligned. Something with a faster response time would be useful. Oh no. Let me change the speed of the timer to be much slower for going through each frame. It's a timer initializing stuff. Oh yeah, right, I did it this way. To learn stuff about every parameter. Yeah, I wrote it out literally like this. Okay, let's have it run much slower, I guess like a fifth of the speed? This is a 16-bit timer, right? So yeah, it's well less. As well within its range. It should be way slower now. It's super easy to hear the initial low pitch. But it doesn't show up. It doesn't show up on the LCD. So it's not a problem in the raw data, because we're looking at the raw data right here. So it's somewhere else. Interesting. Also, what the hell? There's some drawing issue. There's some issue with the drawing. Like there's like a pixel up here, or a row of lines up here that gets drawn. What the hell? Not sure why that's happening. Ah, I know why it is. Ah, I know why it is. I changed how the function that draws lines works to not be transparent. So what it's actually doing is... yeah, whatever, I know what it's doing. The second line is drawing over it most of the time. Okay, so why is it low for a moment before it goes high? This is probably not something I should be getting into at this point. It's 3:33 AM. That's a cool time. Look at that. Look at that. 3:33 and 33 seconds. Nice. I didn't realize I was aiming up until I turned. Nyan. Basically. So when we load a new frame, which is in here, it's not because of this, is it? No, it can't be. It can't be anything wrong with the raw values because the raw values look correct on the LCD. So it must either be target. Okay, so when we want this to happen, basically. So we need to make this be true, or this be true, I guess. Which, if the energy is... oh, I see. Oh, no, I don't. Yes, I do. If going from silent to audible, so the previous energy was 0 and the current energy is non-zero. Or if voicedness, yes or no, is changing now. So voicedness means that the period is not 0. So if before, whether it was 0, is different to now, whether it's 0. So basically we kind of want to mark that it was inaudible before. And that will force us to jump the synth parameters up to their targets immediately rather than interpolating. So we just need to basically say that SP energy is 0, right? When we first start speaking. I think that's what we need to do. So this would be in say, I guess. Well, it'll be an init thingy. Not init timers. Init synths. Okay, I was trying to avoid accidentally triggering this in the look like, but it looks like I actually do want to go from this. mark that we are... Should be energy zero? Yeah, it should. Assume that we are currently silent. I had a whole note about this actually. So this is and this is default silent. We assume that we are currently silent so that if the first frame of a voice is non-silent, we won't erroneously... I'm putting this comment assuming that this fixes the problem, but this is my thought behind what I'm doing right now. Maybe it will fix it, maybe it won't. We won't erroneously interpolate from a low period. Well, no, it'd be a high period, I guess. Yeah, we won't erroneously interpolate from nonsense, from random values from a non-existent previous frame, whatever. Well, it'll be these. We erroneously interpolate from default values. We'll skip to the target values immediately. Let's see if that fixes it. This will be at full speed again now, because I put the timer reload value back. Now let's see. Sounds like it's still doing it, doesn't it? It's still doing it. Fuck, that doesn't actually work. God damn it. Ah, I hoped that would work. It didn't. I paused at the perfect time to hear that it's still doing it. Wait, that was previous, right? Yeah, that was previous. Okay, where is this being set? Let's see where this is being set. This is being set... Oh! Oh! So it's actually this that we should set, not previous, because previous is immediately going to be overwritten. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, hold on. Let's be target there, we're setting the wall to 0, so that's what we don't want to do. Energy and pitch come first, so let's start on pitch. Sorry, period. So setting these values actually don't make a difference at all. I'm adding a whole bunch of stuff that I'll, in future maybe will comment out when I see, or if I see the stuff works. So irrelevant. Third new frame overrides the prev values with the old target values right at the very top of the function. So what really matters is initializing target. Wait, why is this commented out as if I was already doing that? Was this already fixed in the past and I kind of ran it? Ah! Oh my god!
Käse.
I will do all this soon. Look at my head. That's what's actually happening to my head because of the water. And that's why that's happening. Hi, Wanoxim. I will do that stuff very soon. Very, very soon. I promise, I promise. Let me just quickly do this. So this comment here should actually be here. Actually, we decided. I thought I was right on from this comment. From a... yeah. We see that we're currently silent. Silence, so that if the first frame of the voice is no sign where is interpreted from blah 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 blah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That might be it. Thank you for the pants. Matija? I can never remember. Sorry. How to pronounce it? Fuck! It's still doing it. Man. Man. I don't know why. I don't know why it's doing it. At this point, previous energy is coming from this. And this is 0, so therefore this is now 0. So this should be true. And the target if the thing we read is not 0, what are we being said from there? Thank you, Ningwang. It's not really working. Came here to give pats. Back to bed I go. Need to wake up in 2 hours. Yeah, it's gonna be me too. It's gonna be me too. I'm sorry. Hope you sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. And thanks very much for the pants. I'll do yours in a sec, Wanoxim. I'm sorry, I'm in this moment where I'm trying to really make stuff be done. See, even when we look up at index 0, it's still 0, so it's not the problem that we're like... blah blah blah. This doesn't work. Okay. Well, that's where I'll leave it for now. Mostly stuff is working. We just have this annoying glitch at the beginning of sounds that I hoped would be an easy fix, but maybe still is, but it wasn't that. It wasn't what I just did. Oh well. But hey, at least we have a memory game. Let's just comment out that and bring this back, and now we've got a memory game. Also, maybe we shouldn't celebrate at the very end of every single sequence. Maybe we should do what a little handheld game of mine did and just celebrate after every 5, and they called those levels. And we should also like have the answers start have the answers start. So what am I trying to say? I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Oh yeah, have the answers gradually get faster over as the levels go up, as the number of sequences gets longer. How fast is it if I remove the delay actually, out of curiosity? Sorry. Stop loading. Okay. What the fuck? Did you hear that? Oh dear. I've broken something. I have made this worse. Okay, I think I need to put that back to what it was before, because how it was before at least didn't suddenly get these nasty noises. Wait, what's the next one? Okay. Damn it, I didn't listen to her. Oh boy. I really don't understand why that will have made a weird sound like that. Where's the instance happening? There it is. Oh, I guess I didn't reset this anymore. But that gets... I guess that would explain. That could explain. I don't know. I don't know, man. What I should do is I need to make sure that that little section down here, where it tries to avoid interpolating, actually happens. Like I need to maybe make a pin pulse when this happens or something, so I can really make sure that that's happening. Because, yeah. Doesn't seem to be. Alright, it's not having the effect I expected of it. But, oh well. Also, I just realized when this was going from 0, it was already setting target energy. So that's what I say. I say past you knew what she was doing better, and even that still wasn't correct. Really? We're getting the clicks all the time now? Do we really need to be doing this? This is bizarre. Does this get rid of the clicks? Because it wasn't doing the clicks before, was it? Do we actually need that? She just nyans when it starts uploading. Is it still making that click sound? I don't mean like the small pop when it cuts off, I mean like the harsh sound. Oh fuck. I didn't press the button hard enough. Oh my goodness. Really? I guess so. Maybe I should add the thing so that the thing can't repeat too many times in a row. Or not. Okay, it is still making the nasty clicking sounds. So, who knows? I'm gonna unplug her in the middle of her speaking. Okay, I was hoping it might make an interesting sound, it didn't. Oh. No interesting noises. Nah. Fun LCD effects though. Hi, Avenel? Is that the correct way or is it Aveny? I'm gonna have to check, I'm sorry. I'm also sorry that I'm on my side. Avenel. How's streaming this far? It's pretty good. I actually got well, I got the whole game working really. But I need to fix some issues with the voice. And obviously there's some placeholder stuff. There'll probably be additional graphics near the top. I want to make it say Nyan above each one as well. That'd be really easy to do. Is it easy to do? Easy enough to do that I could do it right now? Right now. What the hell's happened to my voice? Oh, the fact that my voice is dying says no, I should not do it now. Okay, let me do all the things that I didn't do from Monoxin. Here we go, hydration. Posture has been checked, and I will save the guineas right now because I'm going to end stream, so I'll refund you that one. Bloop. Well, thank you all very much for hanging out. This has been a very quiet stream. Also, look at the time, it just went 35353. Oh my god, I'm missing a Dooku stream. I can't believe this. Oh, it's only been going for 37 minutes. Okay, it's not too bad. I'm gonna pause. Shh, 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 shh. Silence, dragon. I mean, dragon. Yeah, welcome, Yamana. Thank you all for hanging out. Hope it wasn't too weird. Or as in just because I've been having to be quiet all the time. For the people who are new. Oh, thank you for the follow boss scans as well. I didn't see that. Oh, I need to fix those. The follow notifications. Yeah, I guess I'll try and fix the speech stuff offline because it's going to be a lot of fiddling around with stuff. Doing some like what I would call not really hardware debugging, just like making a pin go high at certain times and low and then looking at it on an oscilloscope, and I don't know, I feel like it's going to need a bunch of concentration as well. So if I were to be doing it while streaming, I'd just be neglecting the chat anyway. Which, frankly, is what I was doing for the last few minutes anyway, so... Alright. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to try and get what little sleep I can. Still gonna let my room cool down more than it currently is. Oh boy. What? Wait a minute, I just noticed what's on Doohoo's stream right now. On Doohoo's screen. Look at this. Look at this. What is this? Go watch... It says go watch me. Well, I'm gonna pull the Uno reverse card and say, no you. I'm gonna pass you on to him. It's a beautiful day outside, birds are singing, flowers are blooming, cats are meowing. Cats are meowing is good, as long as they're not unhappy, I guess. Although birds singing sucks for when I'm trying to sleep. Flowers blooming sucks for... Well, it depends if they make pollen that assaults my nose, I guess. And eyes. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed it somehow. Happy to have actually like made a little mini game. This is like the first thing I've ever made where inputs... Oh god. Sorry for breaking your hand. Thank you for the pants. It's the first thing I've made where like the inputs... Well, the first thing that has inputs at all, except for that little test thing that drew a square next to each input that you press. So yeah, holy crap, this seems to actually possibly be working. Maybe this will actually become a thing. Who knows? I don't want to say that and then jinx it though. Thank you for the pants to Nico. He does that for everyone on stream now? It seems so. He was doing it for Myriad last time. But psych! We're going here now. can't stop the background music. Because I don't have a pause button. Smooth Brain Dragon does skill issue driven development of Douche-universe. Okay, I'm sorry. Next time I probably will have different music that I can actually pause easily. Shoutouts won't sound so awful and clashing. But yeah, here's where we're going. Raid message can be Nyan. The raid message is just Nyan. That's it, just Nyan. Because that's what Long Yook has been saying all stream. Once she actually started saying anything. Hi Yak, bye Yak. Hi, bye. But yeah, I think Duhu's trying to work on... I'm actually not sure what the... He's working on some kind of game. But he's kind of learning how to do the stuff as he goes along. I'm gonna be honest, I tend to hang out in streams mostly just because they're such an incredibly chill and calm vibe. And so yeah, with any dev stream I tend to not know what people are doing. And I'm perfectly fine if that's why people are hanging out here as well. I'm just grateful for anyone hanging out. It's a visual novel game. Okay. Oh yeah, right, he's also wanting or / doing ? I'm not sure if he's running right now. A visual novel jam. So maybe I should get back to doing, more than just the proof of concept for my DOS one. But that's all for now. Thank you all very much for hanging out. Raid message is Nyan. And that's all. I'm gonna disappear now.